Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Live Trading Room for Tuesday, July the 5th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. A couple of yeses. Thank you, William, so you guys can hear me and you can see my screen. Let me just answer KVL's question. Well, listen, the stock races can be run in the pre-market. This is just mine, okay? Okay, so when you say you don't see it on your platform, if you go to the various channels, if you click on new and then dock channel bar, a lot of these channels have stock racing in them, but some don't start until the market opens. It's just the way it's designed. Okay, but some of them, I can't tell you which ones. Maybe the pre-market. Let's see if the pre-market has, yeah, the pre-market's got some stock racing. Okay, so this is mine. What you're seeing is mine. I can give it to you. Later on, I'm going to show you how you can have all my scans, including this one. Okay, so it's not a matter of when you open Trade Ideas, I mean, you've got to open either the right channel to see stock racing, or you create your own stock races. All right, what's happening this morning? Well, first of all, the market is getting into a bigger gap down. I saw it up here, it was about down 2, now it's down 5. We're talking spot to SPY now. So we're gonna have a big gap down day to start. APPH is the trade of the week. Again, the suggested entry is 380. Okay, how you trade it will be up to you. I'd be really, listen, if the market keeps gapping down, I'd be a little reluctant. I'm not seeing it as an option. Just let me keep this going. So if you click on new, are you using our downloadable application or the web-based version, KVL? Not available on the web. Should have asked that question. Sorry, you're going to have to use the app if you want. We feel like if you want stock racing and a lot of the other features that aren't available on the web-based version. COWN is not a buyout, sorry, it's a gap up. JMP Securities has put a $60, 60 price target on them. Okay, so that's the reason for that one moving up. Blue Apron, APRN is moving up as a result. It's one of the Reddit short squeeze mentions. OCFT. Yeah, it's China stock, a lot of volume, 1.5 million shares, but it is a big float, 385 million in the float. I don't see any specific news for it today. STAF as in Frank, is gap down. I don't see any news for it today either. OMER. Let's see. Again, sorry guys, just don't see any news for it, but it is gap down also. We see a lot of gap downs, probably for no reason other than the overall market conditions. All right, XPON, when I saw it, was up here at 270, but it has come right back down to 235. They're saying they're introducing a new lithium power bundle. ABEO is gapping down. Probably don't see any news on it. Actually, oh, okay. This is the effect of the 1 for 25 reverse split. Okay, so that is a 1 for 25 reverse split. GDRX as in xylophone. All right, well, when I saw it first, this was a gap down here. It wasn't very much volume, but anyway, it has sort of popped back up, but very spotty looking 5-minute chart and 15-minute chart. So I'll have to wait to see what direction this one wants. This was an all-time low at one point down here. So the steel, I'm just going to pick on McMoran, Freeport, FCX. FCX is down, X is down, US Steel, MT. So weakening in these sectors also. And then this Rubicon is sort of interesting. Yeah, it's I guess I'll call it a pseudo buyout. This company is taking a 45% stake in them at $20 a share. Janelle, probably a private company. All right, so as I was speaking, this MTech is starting to move here, MTEK. Let's see, and this is a purchase order from Space IL for the development of a video recording, streaming, and image processing solution. So a little bit of news for MTech, low float, 4.5 million in the float. All right, I'm sorry guys, just looking to see if anything else is kind of sneaking in here. So this MTech, yes, MTech. Another one just coming in here, AMLX. Not too much volume yet. This has been an active one. AMLX. And if you're looking for a little excitement, LYT. So what did LYT do on, what was the high it got up to? 741, got up to 741. I'm going to stick an alert up. Oh, I still have an alert set up there for LYT. That was a wild one to trade on Friday. Yeah, look at the airlines. Let's take a look at Jets, JETS. Just awful. Looking at CCL also, CCL. Well, this stock, this SWN, certainly has not followed. Well, I guess for a while it did follow the energy. Let me take a look at XLE. Well, I guess XLE has done the same thing. We keep thinking energy, but look, I mean, look at this, 93 down to 71. Excuse me. You check out the oil prices this morning. Yeah, I freely admit I don't know the difference, but I'm not seeing the difference being this great between WTI and Brent. I always look at Brent as being the one to look at. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought it said 117. So yeah, okay. 111 and 108 Brent WTI. Weak, a little bit weak this morning. So when we look at the sector status, My guess is that every single oil stock is going to be down from Friday's close. All right, let's see how active the analysts have been this morning in terms of upgrades and downgrades. And the answer is hardly any of each, especially in the upgrade side. Let's get them in. That's it. 3 upgrades, and I've got the downgrades in now. All right, that is it, guys. There are the upgrades and downgrades this morning from briefing.com. Yeah, thanks, Hall. It is when I looked at SWN, I actually hadn't realized that XLE had done this, to be honest. So I mean, SWN is basically tracking that also. So I thought for some reason I thought that the oil plays were still going to be up in this area, but XLE has really dropped. I mean, look at this. I mean, this is a couple of weeks ago, maybe 3 weeks ago, 92 down to 71. So guys, I mean, the only one that's kind of interesting right now is this MTAC. When I say interesting right now, I don't mean to buy it right now. I'm just saying because of the float, 4.5 million in the float, had, some news. The only issue I've got right now is that 160 is the next high looking left on the daily. And over here is about 165. It may have already, come into the resistance area. And this is not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. How is that COWN doing with that $60 price target put on it by JMP Securities? Revlon was active earlier this morning. Revlon, REV. So yeah, I mean it's not bad. 88, a lot of volume. Of course, this is just probably another one of the meme stocks this morning, along with Blue Apron, APRN. Are you serious? A JP Morgan analyst says possibly 300. I guess anything is possible. Let's see, boy, Bed Bath and Beyond. You know the other one. That's right. Not it was Body Works. What's it called? There, I can't remember this the symbol. That may, I mean, it's still up there, but look at Bed Bath and Beyond. Still sliding away after earnings last week. CEO departed. This is the one, BBWI. You would think BBWI, you would think that they're going to be very similar to Bed Bath and Beyond, but they're, I mean, it's only almost on an all-time low. BBWI, just more expensive. But why would we think that these guys would do any better than the other ones? All right, let's take a look at the sectors. I'm going to click on from our toolbar, click on new, and then docked channel bar, and then our sector status. I'll almost guarantee that XLE, 100% of them will be down. There we go. Okay, so what you're seeing here, these are the major sectors. So as predicted, easily. XLE, this is the major ETF for energy. These are the stocks that make up XLE. So when you see 100% in all red, what that means is that 100% of the stocks that make up XLE are down from Friday's close. So that's what that means. And usually when we see this in the pre-market, it's usually an all or nothing. In other words, 100% of them are down or 100% of them are up. But there is no strong sector. You can see right here, technology, XLK, only 6% are up from Friday's close. There is no strong sector to begin with. Well, remember, but with the Rubicon, it's 45%. It's not the entire company. And maybe they're going to try, go for broke later on, but I mean, it's only 45% of the company at $20. So it's not a classic, complete buyout. So I mean, remember, so acquire a 45% stake for $20 a share, and yeah, as they're saying, while also enabling investors to retain equity in the company and participate in future directions. So MTech continues to be reasonably strong here, guys. MTEK, whoops, MTEK. Yeah, so stocks like Rio and US Steel X and FCX and MT all weak this morning. You must not have it. I know exactly why, Rob. I'll call you a loco. You don't have it trading live. You have it stuck on Friday. If you do this, at least I'm pretty sure, dock channel bar. You might have an old version too, because I asked them to change this. Sector status. and this is what I mean. If you right click, but I asked them to change this a long time ago. You may have an old version. Yeah, that's why. Because if your version, if you right click and click on time frame, it says live during market hours, right? And so what that means is it's going to look at the last day, which was Friday, and yes, the market was up. That's the reason. I asked them to change. So you're in a very old version because I asked them to change this a long time ago. Okay. The minute you click on live or live always, that believe me, this will all go. You'll not have one green sector. All right, guys. So anything else jumping in here? Just trying to see if anything else is coming into either the gap ups or gap downs. Well, the MTech is still racing now. So it's above that 160. I thought that might block it. The 165, so it's above that now. The next high is 179. Just not shortable for me. I just don't believe this is going to be sustained, MTEK, but it's not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. All right, guys, I'm just, again, just looking to see if anything else is happening at the last minute before this market opens. I guess PGEN, I wasn't up early enough to see this action, but PGEN, actually, well, that wasn't that early. It's at 5 o'clock my time. I guess I was up. I didn't see this. PGEN got up to 204 and then a massive pullback. So pretty all over the place. So I mean, on the surface, that looks like pretty big news. I mean, they're selling to divest their non-healthcare subsidiary for 170 million dollars, 170 million dollars, and that is PGEN. They're getting 170 million upfront cash and a $10 million earnout over 2 years, but 170 million. They only have 99 in the float. Interesting. Surprised it didn't hold its gains a little bit more. This should be active though, PGEN. I'll just hard it and see what happens later. Yeah, man, mining, well, nothing is really safe. I mean, even, gold and silver, I don't see any precious metals. I don't see any of them romping higher. All right, guys, getting closer to this open. Omer just made another new pre-market a low. Oh, getting closer to a lifetime low also. Omer, O-M-E-R. I see you mentioned BMAL KRKR. Yeah, spike up and then right back down. Basically, a lot of volume, but yeah, I mean, just completely collapsed. 133 right down to 105. So that spike did not last long for KRKR. I guess they did have some news this morning, but did not sustain it. Thank you, William. Yes, 1 minute to the open, or actually less than a minute, 30 seconds or so. Well, let's have a great start to this trading week, everybody. And I typically do not trade in the first 15 minutes. Ooh, I better get my races going. And I'll be concentrating on the races. All right, well, we got the airlines, we have metals and mining, all weakening right at the very beginning. Weakened the pre-market and continued weakness. Well, look at this MTech. I mean, the MTech is, took out that 160 like nothing. MTEK. I did not take it. To me, it looks like it's coming into now. I also said that around 160, but this 2 level looks really, really tough to get through. But if you one of those days in which, traders are going to concentrate on one stock and one stock only, not a lot of other ones too. Beth and Beyond continues its descent, another not quite an all-time low. Well, there's Freeport, guys. FCX is showing up on the 10-day daily breakdown. I typically do not take these that early unless it was an all-time low, which it is not. But look at the market. My goodness, 500 down 500. NAS is down 200. SPY is down 65. Any sort of a long play today is going to be highly suspect, at least to start. Excuse me. Well, this is continuing down. US Steel, I'm sure, is probably doing the same thing. X is doing the same thing. MT probably doing the same thing, or less. Okay, PGEN is trying to rally a little bit here. Now remember, the high in the pre-market was 205. A lot of volume coming into PGEN. And it's not a low float, 99 million in the float. Coles, KSS, I know you're watching this one, William, so I think it's just at Friday's low, 27.65. Yeah, so it's just at Friday's low now. PGN, guys, is inching its way up as an early one from the races. 205 again was the high in the pre-market. Boy, but this market is just getting thumped. Barclays, old bank. Look at this, BCS. Okay, Rubicon Yeah, I just don't. I don't have a handle on this one. I mean, the $20 45% stake is just kind of sitting here now. Take a look at Cowan from Shady. Has a $60 price target put on it by JMP Securities. It is a little early, COWN, but it is on the move. Nice quick move now for COWN. This is actually showing up also my 10-day daily breakout, 28.39. But it is early. And with the market doing what it's doing, it's definitely trying to buck the trend. Yeah, PGEN actually made a decent little move, guys, as is COWN, but it is early. Now, not trying to rain on Shady's parade here, but this is shortable for me too, COWN, depending what the market does. All right, for the adventurous, LYT is popping here, LYT. Wow, PGEN actually went right, winning that race. And closer to that pre-market high of 2. Here's another one. I don't think I've seen this one before. Zing. Oh, this is one of these blank check or SPACs. ZING. Don't see any specific news on them, but a lot of volume coming in. And this is ZING. Don't see who they are trying to buy. Nice, Shady. Well, that definitely early mover that kept moving. COWN, obviously hugely beneficial of that $60 price target. 28.59, so it took out that. So just looking left now on the monthly chart, 30.43. Yeah, it looks like 30.43 is the next high looking left on the monthly and the weekly chart for COWN. I mean, the news on this one looks pretty pretty good. I mean, 99 million in the float, but they appear to be getting 170 million dollars up front, divesting their non-healthcare subsidiary. Now, what they paid for it, who knows? Well, somebody would know, but I certainly don't. Zach, you're back. How is Florida? RMED. Yeah, you got these. So now I know what to look for when you say a penny mover. You mean under a dollar. All right, guys, I'm looking at some of my thumbnail charts to see if there's anything interesting happening. All right, guys, so keep an eye on this blue. I mean, the next high looking left is 466, I believe, two of them. Well, 472. I'd stick a price alert around 470 for BLUE blue and see if it takes that out. And you can see that the next high after that would be way up here at around 6. So just stick a price alert around that 470 mark for blue and see if it takes it out. LYT, guys, again, wild one, LYT, LYT. And we have a halt DRTS. We have a halt DRTS, just got halted. Alpha Tau, sounds like a fraternity. DRTS. Interestingly, because 1185 is that right? 1185 is the next high looking left. Not quite, 989. But this is halted at 961, and the potential opening is right around here, 1012 or so. So this looks like it's going to have some kind of a positive open. This is not set in stone, of course. This is just the kind of projections, what could happen. If this is a 5-minute halt, it is going to open at 9:48 plus 55 seconds. LYT, guys, LYT. I just heard it. This is very risky, highly risky. Remember, if you weren't around a few days ago when this literally sank from, I can't tell. Yeah, I wonder if there's a little bug here. Anyway, let's look at about $40. So you got all the way down to about $5 that day, and that was a steady drop. I'm on a development version, guys, and I think that there's some kind of a, it looks like there's a little bug on the higher time frames. By that, I mean when I'm moving my cursor up and down, I'm not seeing the price in the y-axis. So That's on the higher time frames. Okay, I may have to reload those charts. All right, that's why they. I am always a guinea pig. Like, let me do that right now. Sorry, guys, I just have to see if this is going to fix that. Okay, so that fixed that. Give me a moment, guys. I just want to do some. Now look at LYT, guys. LYT. Again, it is risky, 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 but it's starting to move. No. Annoying. No, I'm on a development version paradox. Okay, there's the blue, guys. The blue, we're mentioning the blue takes this out. So now this is starting to move. So the next high, looking again, I'm not saying to buy this right now. I'm just saying the next high though is shoot. Have to hover over the candle. Is I'm on the wrong chart. 603, 610 or so. So there's the blue. Well, Mr. Gil, any stock that went from 40 down to 5, in one day is risky, obviously. So DRTS, let's take a look at DRTS. How did it open? Yeah, so it didn't open at that 10 level. I guess it did. Well, you're lucky again. Well, not lucky, Zach, but you and your center point have shares available to short for DRTS. None for me. All right, guys, this blue is interesting. I mean, there are the highs, 466 and 472 looking left. If it clears that in any sort of a positive way, getting into the 480s, I mean, this has got a shot. Hmm. All right, so what is the market doing right now? So we had a big red candle to begin with after already having a big gap down. Maybe a little pause here. There is from Zach's scan on a bounce, but boy, I'd be waiting to see a nice green candle before I would play a bounce. X is showing up on Zach's bounce scan. But I'd be really, really paying attention to what the SPY is doing. All right, let's see if this has any sort of a bounce in it. I was going to say Xerox X. Pretty much tracking the market though. Yeah, I mean, listen, if X somehow got above 1690, but I'd be keeping a real close eye on what the SPY is doing. Okay, so this HR is showing up on the 10-day daily breakdown. It's on an all-time low, but they don't all have to be. 2606 is that low looking left. It's right there. That's a few days ago. The next low is 2566. And then way down here at 24. So, if this takes out 26, this could have another descent. All right, AMLX from the racing. Now, what's the next high looking left is 2568. So there is a ton of room, guys. I'd like to see how well this acts at around that 23 level. It did get up to 2340 in the pre-market. Not a great spread. Say it's not a great spread, but definitely, I mean, because look at the room it's got. 2568 is the next high looking left. Stick an alert above 23 again. And see if it takes it out. All right, BHAT from, the last few days. BHAT, a little bit of a move here. All right, wow, Rubicon on the way down now, guys. RBCN on the way down a little bit, a little bit. Not a huge collapse, but All right, guys, HR. So it's below that low now, 25.97. Next low looking left is 24.36, and that's the HR. And that is from the 10-day daily breakdown. Now, this is what I'm talking about, the 10-day daily breakdown. Boy, this is looking interesting. The AMLX. I saw Zach's post, but human resources, HR, on the way down here, guys. HR, so far. Nuts. Well, you heard me talk about the blue, guys. I just took my eye off it. There's the blue, BLUE. I'm lucky I just said nuts. Son of a, look at this. Just had to take out that 470. Yeah, so the bounce play from Zach on the U.S. Steel X. I mean, highly suspect unless the market really has a turnaround. I mean, this is going to track the market pretty closely, obviously. Well, the HR guys, HR, on the way down here. HR. Yeah, so AMLX, I'm going to have to put a price alert at 24. See if it takes it out again. Okay, guys. Well, actually, RBCN is starting to move down a lot more. RBCN, this is shortable for me too. $358, So Zach is talking about big SPY puts at 358. Of course, big bet, market moving down more. HR, guys, continues to move down. HR on that 26 break, 2602 was the alert. And that is from the 10-day daily breakdown, which of course you would think would work pretty well today with the market being down so much. Boy, Rubicon just really, yeah, Rubicon, RBCN. Steady drip now, guys. All right, so here's a solar play, RUN showing up in Zach's scan. But again, guys, look at this market. Look at the market. It's pretty tough to commit to any sort of a bounce with the market doing what it's doing. So this is actually an AI alert also, COWN, the 2894 has a short, 2849 now. Okay, so MTech, a little bit of a pullback. It is starting to move again. MTEK, problem is two, I think. I just think it's going to really have a tough time getting through two. Hey guys, actually X is having a decent bounce. It's going in the face of the market. X is actually having a decent bounce, even though the market is not helping it. Yeah, the AMLX definitely was it was shortable too for me. I didn't, definitely my bias was long just because of the gap looking left. All right, guys, I'm just kind of watching a couple things on my thumbnail chart and seeing Revlon is starting to give it up, and LYT has been really active, but you got up to 631, pulled back. You know what? I'm sticking an alert around that 616 level. See if it regains that level and see if it starts to move from there. Beyond Meat's having a bit of a run here. BYND having a bit of a run. BYND. The issue with that one would be, let's take a look left, 2668. So it's right at that level. 2719. So 27 looks like there's just a lot of resistance between where it is and, between 27 and 2750. Okay, so PJ, this is what I'm talking about, okay? Anti-Americanism. It's too political, okay? I understand, I understand, I understand. But, just try to keep it, when you're talking, just talk stock. Hey guys, FFIE. Wow, it's certainly wrong about the X. The X having a nice, well, it's actually starting to move a little bit with the market now. So we have to keep an eye now on some of these bouncers from Zach. Now that, the market is putting a bit of a green bar, some of these bounce plays from Zach Scan. Wow. I'm very surprised at this big bounce for X. All right, Tupperware is having a bit of a move here. Tupperware, TUP, and looks like 748 is the next high looking left. I mean, if it can somehow get through that, it is showing up on Zach's topping scan. How's XCX doing? Freeport. And Freeport's basically doing the same as US Steel, X, but X is having a great run. That's a great, that is a great run from that bounce scan. This is what I'm talking about, in case you're wondering. I was just very reluctant. Well, of course, at the time of the alert, 1667, the market was doing this. But now that we've got a green candle forming, I mean, this is really bouncing X. All right, keep an eye, again, highly risky, but keep an eye for those of you who kind of understand your risk involved in something like this, the LYT. You can kind of see that hold 6. I mean, the high on Friday was, what was 741. All right, guys, blue is back over 5. Still has a ton of room. Look at this, $6 on a percentage basis. All right, so William, I know you're looking at TUP. I know, and Zach, I know both of you guys are looking at TUP, TUP. Looks like it's coming into that resistance, 750 or so. This is from your topping scan. Okay, so we did have a green candle, but the next candle now is red. So let's see if this, I'm going to stick an alert down here at the base of the body of that green candle and see if it takes that out. And that might prove to be further signal that the market is going to keep moving down. Or, of course, There is, I mean, again, highly risky, LYT. Come on, HR. Yeah, I would say that your topping tail scan has to be pretty good today. You know, I'm surprised we're getting as many as we have. We've had three: the blue, the top, and the BZ. Ah, there we go. HR guys, HR. Nice alert right there. 2602. We're now at 2566. And there we go, guys. So there's the SPY. That was the taking out the, or right at the low of the body of that previous 15-minute candle. So that pop, that little pop might be short-lived. Wow, MTech, wow, okay, briefly, MTech just popped right through two. It came right back down. MTEK right through two and then right back down. FBIO. Boy, it looks like it's a ton of resistance right around that one level from 1 to 110. All right, I had a price alert for Aspen, ASPN. For what reason? Let's see. That's the high maybe of Friday, 1060. Boy, this is not quite, no, it's not quite an all-time low, but SLV, no, not even close, but SLV underneath 6 on the way down here. I'm sorry, SILV. Yeah, I mean, I'm looking at some of these the ones that are winning races. The big problem is that some of these just look like they've got too much resistance. They're winning races, but they've got too much resistance nearby. And that's what we're going to see. We're going to see because most stocks have been in a downturn. And so unless there's a big potential gap fill, I just don't get too excited. All right, guys, AMLX is now starting to move higher here. AMLX, that's a dollar bounce. I did not take that one. Still looking maybe later on as a potential long. Well, I got out of my HR short. I was looking for a lot more, but made a little bit on it. The HR short, as it's sort of trying to bounce a little bit here. That had a lot more room underneath, but it just didn't want to go down as much as I wanted it to. So okay, super cheap one. Wow. Okay, now the OTLK, it's a massive float, 165 million in the float. That is so much for a $1 stock. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Between here and 128 could be a lot of resistance. I'll stick an alert up in this area. If it can do that, then the next high is 170. So yeah, you're on your own, Mr. Benson. AERC is just too whippy for me. Just way too whippy. Look at it on a 5-minute chart, even on a 15. I mean, you have topping tails, bottoming tails. It's all over the place. I just find it extremely difficult to trade intraday anyway. So I really don't have any feeling whatsoever for it, other than I don't like it. Just as an intraday trader, AERC. I was asked a question in our YouTube room, maybe another run up, maybe, but it's just too whippy. That was a good exit on the HR for me. Okay, Blue Apron guys could be interesting. APRN. I think this is a Reddit stock. 474 is the high in the pre-market, so it is trying to. It's had the pullback, and now it's sort of breaking out of some consolidation here on the 5-minute chart. Actually, I'm starting to see some interesting bounces. I mean, that was a red candle, that 15-minute, but there's a bottoming tail, so maybe the selling is over for a while. Okay, FFIE, the next high looking left is 450, so there is some room. Okay, FFIE, and it's not a low float, but there is some room. And this is showing up on the 10-day daily breakout. See, again, the same thing with the BHAT. I mean, it looks interesting, but there's just all this, just a lot of stuff it has to get through. Keeping an eye on the FFIE, the longer it holds over 4. Because again, the next high looking left is at 450, which isn't bad from 411 to 450 on a percentage basis, of course. Okay, guys, FFIE looks like it's interesting. Definitely interesting. The longer it holds over 4. Whew, all right, guys, it's 10:30. So okay, well, first of all, welcome to the room. If you're new to the room, welcome to the room. This is the format, Monday to Friday, 8 a.m., between 8 a.m. and 3:30 p.m. Eastern Time. Sharing my screen live on the mic, and my name is Barry Anderson, and I do work for Trade Ideas. First thing I like to do is start off with my home page. We still have that promotion on for 25% off, probably expiring tonight. Tonight meaning 11:59 p.m. Eastern Time. FFIE guys. Okay, if you click on my link, this is what you're going to see, my homepage link. FFIE guys. I know I'm nagging. So there's the promo code you can use, July 4th, 25. So, excuse me, letters all in capital letters, and of course, numeric 4 and 25. You'll get 25% off, and I'm pretty sure it's going to expire tonight at 11:59 p.m. Eastern Time, okay? So there's still time to get 25% off. This is how much Trade Ideas cost. We have 4 plans. We have an annual, monthly, premium, standard. Premium is FFIE. Okay. No, premium is not FFIE. Premium is $2,000 minus that 20%, 25%. That's on an annual basis, of course. Standard is 1,000 minus the 25%. The big difference is the AI. At the beginning, it had COWN as a short, worked out okay, depending if you took any profit on it. But do not start off with an annual unless you absolutely know you want this product. You can always start off with a monthly, 118, 228, less than 25% on the first month only. If you do maintain a monthly subscription, this is what you'll pay going forward, the 118 and 228. But if within 30 days, let's say you take out a subscription today, either on the premium or the standard, if within 30 days you decide you want to upgrade to an annual, you can do so and we'll honor the 25%. So that's why I'm saying there's no mad rush to take out an annual. The usual reason for taking it on an annual is to get the best possible discount. Well, you don't have to do that. You can try us for a month, get that 25%, and then you're still eligible for the 25% on an annual if you upgrade within 30 days. Okay. If you do take out a subscription, mandatory, do the Let's Get Started. Absolutely mandatory. Let's get started. It'll take you about 30 minutes. It starts off with the download and installation. There are 10 videos and the first startup and login, etc. Okay. Please do that before you do anything else. It is a software program. There's a learning curve. I do a stock of the day video at noon Eastern. You can sign up for it right here. It is free. Trade of the week is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. Not sure what it's doing. It's APPH. Trigger was 380. I don't know if it actually triggered. Let me just do a quick look. APPH. Yeah, it hasn't triggered. I don't think it triggered. No, did not trigger. Oh man, FFIE. That's a big winner for us, guys. If you took it, that's a big winner. Now, if you took it, the next high was at 450? Yeah, 450. So be really careful right here. If you took this one, I've taken some off because this 450 looks like there's a lot of resistance. Okay, so but on a percentage basis, that is a nice winner if you took it. Okay. Education. We have a big education section in my homepage or on my homepage. We have a great user guide. Click on that user guide. You should have already done the Let's Get Started. Okay. You should know what the difference is between an alert window and a top list window. how you would create them if you do want to. And then stock racing, here's all the information you really need to know about stock racing. There are a couple of videos and some text to get you started. Okay, don't get hung up on how much information there is in the user guide. You don't have to learn everything all at once. I would also, probably the next thing I would really, really look at is price alerts, or our price alerts, how to create them on a chart. It's going to save you a lot of time. Daily support session. So today is Tuesday. So Michael Nosh should be in our YouTube room. I take a break at noon. I take a break between 12 and 1, and Michael Nosh, Trade Ideas, should take over for me in our YouTube room. He's a big user of Brokerage Plus. So if you have, I'm going to go over Brokerage Plus, but not in the same detail that you might want to ask him questions. Also, he's way more into back testing strategies than I am. Okay, so store those questions up. When I take my break at noon, I'll put the YouTube link in before I do take my break. Daily webinars. Let's see, today's Tuesday. So we're on the Monday, Wednesday rotation this week. So there is not one there's not one on Tuesday and Thursday this week, but next week there is. You can sign up for them all here. Back to basics. I mentioned Michael Noss. He put this great little video series together, and it starts off with what is a stock. So if you're new to trading, I really recommend you take a look at this. And my scans. So if you want my scans that I'm sharing, here they are. So you hear me talk about Zach's bouncers and toppers. This is the race that you see over here will be essentially this one, the race mode scan. You hear me talk about the 10-day daily breakdown and breakups right here. This is what I use in the pre-market. The pre-market actives up and down. So there are a lot of scans that I am sharing. Yeah, the SPY is popping. Absolutely. So that red bar, forget about it. Okay. Guys, if you took that FFIE, we're right at a critical price right now, the 450. I mean, look at all that resistance right around here. The next high would be 462. And if it gets through that, then the next high is almost up to $5. It's a big winner, guys, if you took it. Big winner on a percentage basis. I took a bit quite a bit actually before that 450. I've always a little worried that something is going to stall at a big resistance area. Plus that 50 cents can be a bit of a psychological number for stocks under 5. And I'm just a little more conservative. But this is turning into just a great little trade, guys. And it showed up here in the 10-day daily breakout at 415. All right, what is Trade Ideas? We are a scanner. That's what we do. We scan the US stock market. Doesn't matter where you live in the world, doesn't matter who your broker is, you can use Trade Ideas. So previously on my homepage, I showed you how you can get a lot of my scans. We have a lot of scans here. If you click from our toolbar, click on New, and then Docked Channel Bar. These are all theme-based channels. So for instance, if I click on Explosive Winners, what you're seeing here, this race that is from here is essentially the same race that is here. I made some tweaks to it. You know, I put a higher minimum volume, upped it from 20,000 to 200,000. But in essence, it's the same race. So you could, you know, if you wanted this one, all you have to do. So here, okay, here's the concept that I'm trying to show you. You can go to the different channels. If you see something that you like, all you have to do is right click and then duplicate into a free floating window. When you do that, that's what happens. Basically, it takes the scan out of the layout and now it's free floating. Now you can right click, save or share to cloud, and save it. Now it's in your cloud. Now you can go to another channel. Let's go to the momentum channel. Boy, that's one big wow for the FFIE, sorry. So in fact, here it is. Okay, so here is a momentum scanner. So if I right click, I can always tell my scan's included. If you want to see what anything is looking for, if I right click on the scan and then click on configure and then click on summary, here we go. This is what it's looking for. So if the stock is between 1 and 50 and the current volume is at least 3, meaning it's trading at least 3 times normal, current volume is 100,000 at least, etc. Just showing you the concept. You always start off, you're going to build your own scans. You're always going to start off with some filters. So if these filter requirements are met and the stock makes a new high for the day, we get a real-time alert. That's why we're seeing FFIE. Okay. It's meeting all these filter requirements and it's making a new high for the day. TradeIdeas is excellent at doing things like that. You know, real-time alerts. So again, if you like this scan, you just right click, duplicate into a free floating window. And then once it's free floating, you save it to the cloud. Okay. So the concept really I'm trying to show you is that you can go to our channel bar, extract scans that you like, save them to the cloud, and then you can bring them back one at a time and thereby creating your own layout without actually knowing how to build a scan from scratch. Okay. Now, if you do want to build your own scans, of course you can. So if I click on an alert window, right click, configure. Now, instead of going to summary, I'm going to go to search. So when the company started in 2003, they made a decision thinking that most people would not want to have to learn a programming language in order to create their scans. So what they tried to do is create enough alerts and filters that for the majority of our customers, they could combine them to give them the type of scan they're looking for. So when you see these icons here, these are all the real-time alert icons. Okay. So I exclusively really use just the new high and new low, but I mean, of the day. But I mean, there are lots and lots of different alerts that you can use. And if I scroll down, I will see the filters. These are the filters, these icons. Now, don't get hung up on how many we have. All right. You don't have to learn them all. I only use a handful myself, but obviously we had to create enough of them, all sorts of different trading styles, thousands of customers. So we try to create enough of them so that for again, the vast majority of our customers could combine them to give them the type of scan they're looking for. Okay, but don't get hung up on how many we have. You don't have to learn them all. Did APPH trigger? Okay, so the trade of the week is APPH. Okay, so the suggested entry is 380, and I think the stop is probably the 20 SMA or on the daily chart. You'd have to look at the email. Again, how you trade it will be up to you. Uh, I'll be honest. I mean, with the market doing what it's doing, it's for me, it's pretty tough to commit to a long. But I also look here. I mean, I know what Steve is looking at, but to me, it looks like there could be a lot of resistance at 4. But anyway, how you trade it will be up to you if you trade it. You guys, I'm all out of the FFIE. Yeah, that green candle. That was kind of short-lived. There's a big topping tail now on the SPY. Whoa, SYM, symbiotic. All right, so symbiotic, what's the next high looking left is 1419, and then there's 1469. So SYM, the high of the day was 1392. So I wish all this weren't here because imagine if the next high was 28. Imagine. POWN, nice. Was a little choppy earlier on, got all the way down to 28.41, but nice little move. And now, again, on that $60 price target put on them by JMP Securities, obviously has helped this one a lot. The COWN, nice alert by Shady several times. Probably, I don't know if you took profit down here and then re-entered. I have no idea, but oh man, AVDL. Look at this thing go. AVDL. Way too extended right now in the 15s, but let's take a look left. 321. So 364. So this has got some room also. AVDL. The problem is it's so darn extended on the 15-minute chart. It's been straight up, not shortable for me. So at Interactive Brokers. Yeah, this is showing up in Zach's topping AVDL also, but not shortable for me. So this HR that I was short earlier just didn't do, did okay on it. Didn't make as much as I was hoping. I was really hoping this would. I have an alert down here at 2560 because if it does take out 2560, then the next low looking left is 2514. You know, I mean that wouldn't be terrible. That would be pretty good. And with the market falling the way it is, may not be dynamic enough though. With that float, 148 million in the float. All right, Zach. CNET. That's not the old. That's not ZNet though, really, is it? Or CNET, I should say. CNET. They do a lot of reviews. Technology review company. Way back when. This is China, so this is not the same. Ah, HR guys. Who's your broker, Squash? Okay, guys, there's the AMLX. Again, over 23. This is my bias was to go long this. Let's see if it holds this 2314 area. Who's your broker, Squash? You can get some shorts on FFIE. Okay, so DRTS, it pulled back. Didn't get back in at HR. Okay, DRTS, it what did it do? It pulled back to 10, got all the way up to $11. Maybe Squash can't hear me. I'd just be interested to know who your broker is that you can short FFIE. Well, keep an eye on this DRTS. I mean, it's, you know, holding 10 right now, got up to 11 something. 1193 actually is really the next high looking left other than the intraday high. 1111 is the intraday high. And then 1185 on the daily chart, the next daily high. Let's see what, got a bunch of comedians in the room this morning. HR guys. Doggone it. I was looking to reshort this one and I just delayed too long. Actually, the market is just kind of basing here. I mean, it's really not doing too much. The big gap down, of course, pre-market, a further gap down on that opening 15-minute candle, but we've kind of been a little bit range bound. Oh, you are a specialist at these bounces. No question. Oof. Dow's down 680, SPY's down 71. So NASDAQ's actually had a bit of a recovery, a bit of a recovery. Let's just take a look at, I'm going to go to the doc channel bar. Now I'm going to look at the sector change, but in a different way now. This is going to be the change from the open today. And we're going to probably see technology, which is down there. Look at this. So, you can just sort of tell because the NAS is only down 80. It was down a lot more before. So look at all the red. So we've got, if you want to call it a strong sector from the open, is technology. Okay, what this is, that 65%, what that is saying is that the stocks that make up XLK, 65% are above the opening print, the opening trade, the open, in other words, okay? 65% of them are above. Whereas look at energy. Energy has not. Energy was 100% down from the close yesterday, on Friday, and also 100% down from the open. So, I mean, energy is weak. Now, this can change, of course. I mean, XLK, but so right now, if you were looking at any tech plays, from the open, they probably weren't too bad from the open. Okay, guys, LYT. Again, risky, risky, risky. But if it takes this out here, this what is it, 616, this could have a bit of a run in it. Well, now, SYM still, what's the high? I said 1419, 1490. Yeah, I mean, man, if this gets over 1419, it does have some room. 1490 would be the next high. The market is just sinking again, guys. Sinking. I mean, it's drifting down. Yeah, FFIE is holding well. I'm not in it. I'm not in it anymore, but it is holding well. All right, we haven't. Okay, this is now over $1 again. EVFM. However, let's take a look at Friday's action. 112. Thursday was 120. 150. So, okay, argument to be made. If it can take out 120, has a shot to the 150 level. So I'm going to stick an alert about 118 for the EVFM, see if it gets up to that level. Big level for it to try to take out this LYT is a 616. 616, I think anyway. There's the high, the next high looking left 45 minutes ago for the LYT. I guess squash is incommunicado. You've been mentioning that one every day, it seems. ALT. Take a look at BTU. Big volume on the way down. Wow. Let me just check what the heck is oil doing right now. Yeah, wow, we're getting close to that, getting closer to 100. 106, 102, WTI 102. So yeah, oil price is really dropping. So that's why we're seeing XLE, of course. Every single stock is below the open. Again, guys, I say below the open. That's the very first trade of the day. Okay, that's the very first trade. Look at FFIE. I'm not in it anymore. Let's take a look if it can take out 5. That might get me interested again. 490 is the next high. $5, 515, 506. Got to put an alert there. Got to put an alert around 514 because the next highs are up near that 6 level. $11 is here. So let's see if there's a bounce at 11. The LYT, guys, is getting so close to this 616. 616. 616 is right there. Well, I can ask you, Zach. Obviously, Centerpoint has shares available. FFIE. Well, I have to admit, every time you say that, you fool, I think of Mr. T. So it does crack me up a little bit. There it goes. There it goes. LYT over that 616. Just when do you think that, I mean, with trade ideas, we can always find stuff. Okay. Always. Even on a day, the market's down 700. Look at tech now. I mean, the tech stocks have drifted down again. Yes. Okay, guys. How good is this? How many races did it win? FFIE? I'm cheering one more on. Okay, give me a moment, guys. I'm just watching this one stock. And Poe knows which one it is. Okay, guys, just give me a moment here. I have to keep watching this. Well, it's the LYT, obviously. I'm either going to get out for a very small gain or a very small loss, or I'm going to hang on to see if it can have that pop. Well, lots and lots of action on it. LYT just over that 616 level. Okay, here's another one that has some room, not a ton of room, but LXRX, winning a race or leading in a race, 247. Let me just go over the races, okay, right now. Okay, what you're seeing here, a race starts from a top list, okay, and it's based on this one, biggest gainers from the open. So, I mean, you can have your own top list and run a race on it. If you want my race that's running right here, you just have to go to my home page, and I think and go to the scan section, and it's the top one in the left called race mode. And then basically it'll be this race, okay? So think of the races like this. When you have a top lists are great. You can sort on different columns. So for instance, though, if I sort on the change from the open, okay, so I'm looking at FFIE, and it in this particular top list, it is the biggest change from the open, 35%. But by staring at this list, I can't really tell if FFIE is moving or not. All I can really see, I mean, if I stare at it, I can see a little change happening, but I can't really see if something is really moving on this top list window, okay? And that's the whole idea of the races. You take a top list window, and how you construct it is going to be up to you. When I say that, I mean you could base your top list on the biggest gainers from the open or from the close, or the biggest 1 minute surge or 5 minute. It's up to you. Okay, how you create it. My top list is based on the biggest gainers from the open. But again, if I stare at this is somewhat static. I can't really tell what's moving on this list. So when you start a race, now I'm running 4 minute races. I pick 4 minutes. There's no magic about it. I just pick 4 minutes for my race time. When the race is over, a new one will resume. And just think of it like this. Everybody starts off at the starting line, and then the gun goes off, okay, and the race begins. Who starts to win? There's the EVFM, but I couldn't possibly know. Where is EVFM? I couldn't possibly know if EVFM is moving. I really couldn't. Now is it moving a huge amount? No. But what if this were moving, it was 110, 115, 130? I would have no idea by looking at a top list window. So the way I look at it then is that the racing is kind of a great hybrid between an alert window and a top list window, giving us real time, what's happening in real time on a bunch of on stocks that you really want to follow. Okay, and that's the whole idea of the racing. And again, you can construct your race any way you want it. You always start off with, you have a top list, and then you right click, and then you launch. You launch your race. You pick how many minutes you want it to run, and based on is any column that you have in the top list window, it can be based on it. So in this case, this is a drop down. So I'm basing all my racing is from the change from the open. And then the sort, I would use the delta because that's going to show you the ones that are moving the most. And then I would also use auto rerun, because what happens is once a race is over, a new one will begin immediately, almost immediately, in about 5 to 10 seconds, okay? And then the other thing you can do is, where is that? When you start off, you can say show top 10 winners, because why you see FFIE at the top here where it says 5, that means that FFIE has won 5 races today. MTech has won 4. So you can keep an eye on these ones all day long, because you may miss it at the beginning of the day, but maybe later on, a stock that keeps winning races all day long, they could be setting up at different times during the day. Okay, so So I'm really concentrating on these stocks all day long. I mean, look at FFIE. It just tore ahead again. And I mean, it still has some room. Now, one of the nice things about this, when you say show the top 10, is that you can also watch these stocks tomorrow. Okay, assuming if FFIE keeps winning races all day long, this is probably something you want to watch tomorrow. As for some follow through. MTech could be, I'm not saying they're all going to be, but the ones that win a race all day long and in the top 10, I probably wouldn't care about a stock that's only won one race, but a stock that wins multiple races during the day, you want to probably follow it again tomorrow, see what's happening. So you can make a good watch list out of this. The market is just stagnant right now. Now, could you have seen FFIE in other scans? Of course, of course. I mean, look at my basic new highs, okay, at 415. Of course you can. I just find this a lot more visual. When I see something that is just, very visually showing me that it's, doing something, I just like the presentation of it. And I have selected the symbol as opposed to the race car. It's up to you. Some thought the race car was a little bit hokey, and that's fine, but some like the race car. GOEV as a sympathy play with FFIE. Boy, it's got a lot of stuff to get through, but so guys, I took myself out of the LYT. I had a small loss on it, but I'm still interested later on. I'm just resetting my price alert up here around 630. I mean, because remember, it has a ton of room. 741 was the next high. And of course, yeah, 741, sorry, 741. If it ever gets over that 741, I mean, that's all traders are looking at. And this is a bit of a bug, as you can see, it's not showing the price on these higher time frames but I'm in a development version. I'm always a guinea pig for all this stuff. Okay, you've been talking about Patterson, right? Patterson, sorry, PTEN. Well, maybe, but boy, with energy, what it's doing. Yeah, so watch out, guys, if you were in that LYT, because taking out 6 is not good. Shouldn't say obviously, but obviously not good. Look at okay, Tupperware. No, that came on Zach scan earlier. Okay, yeah, that was a nice collapse. Yeah, too bad. Well, too bad for me. Didn't follow it closely enough. I remember seeing it right around here. Okay, so here's one from Zach scan, a topping scan. EQRX, and you would think 547, 545. We've got a couple of highs. Just give me one moment, please. Hey, sorry about that, guys. So what I was saying about the EQRX as a potential short from Zach's topping, if you look left, 547 and 545 are the next highs looking left. You know, you would think, what do they do here? Pharmaceuticals, okay. So I mean, this has a, you know, as it's stalling right here. Boy, FFIE guys, this is tremendous star today. Look at this, won 7 races now. So again, on a day where the market's just getting trashed, you know, trade ideas we can always find if you want to go long. I mean, a ton of short opportunities too, but because I know many of you out there are reluctant to go short. Yeah, APPH trade of the week is showing up in the races. I will freely admit it doesn't interest me that much. I know the trigger was 380. The reason being is that I just look at this 4 level here as, you know, for me anyway, there's too much resistance. But, you know, these trades of the week are designed for longer term holds. So if you read the email, you know, again, they're always designed for longer term holds. I mentioned Beyond Meat earlier. Look at this starting to make a move. Beyond Meat again, BYND. However, the same thing. Look left, 27.9. Oh, it's above that now. Okay. 20, what's the next high? 20, wow. Okay. 27.68. I mean, it's got a little bit of room. I think that was 27.30, 28.72. Looks like the next high looking left. All right, 271 million in the float for EQRX. This looks really interesting as a short. I mean, it's just sort of stalling right here. All right, guys, you see, again, just keep an eye on the EQRX as a potential short. There are 95,000 shares available at Interactive Brokers, so boy, nothing's stopping this FFIE. Nothing. Well, something will stop it eventually, but will that stop it? 583, 590. Oh, that's 6 level. Ah, sorry, don't mean to laugh. Igor, I have not mastered the art of trading. Okay? There's no such thing. I mean, I've been trading for quite a few years, but I would never, ever, ever, ever consider, I don't think you ever can master it. Big thing was just money management, Igor. Okay, just money management. I'm no better or worse at identifying opportunities. What I do stick to, though, is money management. If it hits my stop, I get out. And I don't try to hope and pray that it comes back. That's probably the biggest thing I can ever tell anybody. EQRX, guys. All right, EQRX. William, Zach, you must have taken that one. You must have taken it. So honestly, Igor, I'm not trying to be flippant or anything, but I mean, it's really money management. That is if you want to call any skill that I've got, it's all about money management. I'm wrong a lot. I have manageable losses. Oh yeah, Dwayne. I mean, look. I mean, just had to look left. I mean, does that always work? But 547 was right there, and what did it get to? 540. So, oof, 11:33. So I'm just going to make sure it is Michael coming into our YouTube room at noon. I mean, LYT is a good example, okay? LYT, Igor, is a good example for me anyway. You know, yeah, I liked it over that 616. It got up to 628. Thought, okay, could it start to move? As it started to come down to that 616 and drift below it, I thought, yeah, I don't like it anymore. So I just took a small loss on it, you know, because I know this one is so whippy. I can always get back in. Wow. I mean, now, guys, I mean, the next high looking left on is 622. 622 on the monthly chart. 622. You know, and it's not a crazy low float. 90 million in the float. So I mean, this is really just trading. I don't see any specific news on it. The news is that, you know, traders have found this one and decided this is the one for today. And we did too. Just give me a moment. So, I mean, what could this one do tomorrow? I mean, FFIE, you know, it starts to keep surging and surging here. So now, yeah, let's take a look at PEV. Let's take a look at some of the other EV plays. No, okay, no, it's really FFIE. Let me make sure I understand what these guys do. Yeah, okay, it's definitely an EV play, completely an EV play, but it seems like it's trading on its own. I don't see. And this one, of course, OILD, you take this one if oil is going down. OILD, this has been out of nowhere, really. A few weeks ago, I had never even seen this one before. This is sort of an ETF, a Bank of Montreal ETF for oil or energy. So energy is going down, oil prices are going down. Oil D is something you can buy this one. I'm all out of my EQRX short. Always an eye on that, psychological number. 5, huge psychological number, in my opinion. And plus, looking at the 5-minute chart, looked like there was, okay support around 5. So, but on a percentage basis, to go from 530 down to almost 5, great percentage move. Boy, this YMM is on the move here again. This is China stock, YMM. Well, TRD, I mean, there's tons of websites out there. I mean, news, you look at, if you're just looking for general news, I mean, I actually, believe it or not, I think I use Seeking Alpha. It's free. It sends me general market news at about, I don't know, 8:30 Eastern time, or sorry, earlier than that. Yeah, probably about 7:30 Eastern time. But there's all sorts of websites out there just looking for general market news. I'm sure Market Watch, that's probably another one, Market Watch. Yeah, he's not looking for day trading. I'm talking to somebody, he can't trade erratic penny stocks. But I know Market Watch has, you can probably look at them pre-market. They've got all sorts of news there. All right, what is NUWE? NUWE just showed up. Okay, bio, I guess call it a bio. NUWE, low float. It's showing up on my scan now. I'm sure, Zach, you must have seen this one earlier. Showing up on my scan now because it's just over $1. Well, I mean, it did a few, one day was this? This was back in April. It got up to $1.45. Lots of volume pouring in now. Doesn't trade very much. 874,000 shares represents, or about 1 million shares right now represents 13 times normal. So, it's been kind of dormant for many, well, until that day back in April, but it's been dormant. Look at the daily candles here. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, kind of a green, not kind of, a green bar. Let's see if we can have a green bar heading into noon. Eastern time, of course. Okay, Tark, T-A-R-K, kind of an ETF, I guess. Boy, the next high looking left is what, 22.45? Have no float information on it. Just one moment, please. All right, it is Michael who'll be in our YouTube room at noon. I do my videos and stuff. Before I do leave the main room, I'll put the YouTube link in. Here's another one, guys. Body, B-O, the Beachbody Company. It's time to get that Beachbody. B-O-D-Y, 134 and then 141. So again, to me, there's just too much resistance, to get too interested in it. Doesn't mean it's not going to, fire right through. I mean, listen, if it ever got through 150 or so, I mean, then it's got some room. I'm going to stick an alert up here for body, BODY, around that 150 level. Maybe it takes it out today, maybe not, maybe tomorrow, maybe never. But if it does, we'll know about it. And then it's got a shot. All right, YMM. This is from Zach Scan. Maybe it's stalling now. The trigger was at 9:32, so it's basically right there. When I say the trick, well, not the trigger, but the alert, 9:32, so it's still kind of holding in there. The issue I've got, it's got some room to the 10 level, and that could be a bit of a magnet for a while. If it pauses here, traders could be looking at this if it pauses here and thinking, man, could it get close to 10? So it's not as attractive to me as a short right now. Now, of course, the longer it just doesn't want to pop through, the more attractive it does become. Now, there are a lot of shares available too at Interactive Brokers, 2.61 million shares available to short for YMM. Well, hey, listen, guys, APPH is doing okay. 380 on the 380 break. Now, if you took this one, just look left. I mean, here's where it could easily stall, right? But hey, if it pops through that, Okay, let's take a look at some of the other. This LXRX, I know I looked at that. Ah, man, it's just a little too extended. It's just way too extended, but it kept moving higher and higher. Next high looking left is 246. And after that, 258, 271-ish. That's a great move, though. I mean, it's a great move. Lots of volume coming in also. Big float. Trade of the week, you didn't get it? APPH. It did go out, so you should check your spam, okay, Raj? The trigger was 380, but check your spam. Sometimes that's what happens. It did definitely go out, though. I know we had some problems a couple of weeks ago or a few weeks ago. I mean, maybe 2 or 3 weeks in a row. They didn't get out till well after the market opened, but this showed up very early for me. Okay, just give me a moment. So keep an eye in the COWN now. If you weren't in it earlier, keep an eye in the CWN as it bases very nicely over 30. If it starts to maybe get up to that 30.27, 30.32 mark, that might give it another run. Remember, there's a price target, it doesn't mean it's going to get to 60, but there's a price target of 60 that was put on this one by JMP Securities, and that's the reason for the pop. TRVI, what are you doing? TRVI, I have that one thumbnail for some reason. Some volume came in, TRVI. What's the next high looking left? 350. Yeah, it's got some room. I mean, TRVI has some room. The next highs are 350, so we're at 313 right now. Some volume came in. Whoa, EQRX continues down. Not in it anymore. I'd put an alert at around 940 for YMM, okay? It still has that room looking left. I think traders could be looking at that. I know it's on Zach's topping scan, and it's not doing anything right now. But if it took out that 340 on some volume, it could start to move, get closer and closer to that 10 level. And that is the YMM. All right, here, wow, TALS. Look at this little move here for TALS. I mean, it got thumped Thursday and Friday from $7 down to $2, trying to have a bit of a comeback. The high looking left, I mean, it's got a ton of room. I don't know where it's going, but it does have obviously got has a ton of room. I mean, this is what happened. Cut to neutral at Morgan Stanley. Safety concerns for kidney transplant drugs. They're still trying to put an $8 price target on it. JP Morgan is. It's a nice big base here for YMM. Big base here. Trying to, I mean, there's an argument to be made. If it takes out 930, that could get it rolling downwards. Okay, that would be the low of that. What time is that one? The 11:45 minute candle. I'm just waiting for Michael to show up in our YouTube room. So I'm going to put my announcement in. All right, guys, let's see. The YMM just hanging there. So I've got a price alert set on top at around 940. I have a price alert set on the bottom at about 930. So let's see which way it wants to go. So I don't share my entire layout. What I do, W, is if you go to my home page, you can have different scans that I've got, okay? Most of which you see. You don't see this one, okay? This is, you know, I keep calling, well, not keep, but it's sort of experimental right now, this race based on my watch list. But everything else you see here, you go to my homepage and then go to the scan section. You will see certainly the basic new highs. You'll see this race. It's called the race mode. If you click on it, click on my scan section and race mode, there it is. But I'm sharing a lot of other scans, and you hear me talk about Zach's bouncers and toppers. That's on another monitor. You know, I follow that one. Okay. So again, I bracketed this, the YMM, top and bottom. Wow, the EQRX, I'm not in it anymore. What a nice short from that 530 level. There he is. I hear you, Michael. Let me just, if you can hear me yet.
Yes, sir.
How are you, friend?
You have a good can today?
I did. Not quite as frantic as our American friends, July the 4th, but nonetheless fun.
Yeah, ours is first. That's all that matters.
That's right. Yeah. Oh, I see. Ours is first. That's all. Yeah, tell them that. Okay, you ready to take over?
Sure, I'm just setting things up. I'm gonna do the whole screen thing. And there, if I did that right, yeah, I see it there. We should be good to go.
Okay, Michael, I'll probably show up at about 10:02 or 5:02. Okay, we'll have a little chat before you take off.
Sure thing. Have a good one. Have a beer on me.
Okay. Okay.
Right. Okay, everyone, and welcome. If anyone's new here, what we do is every day from noon to 1 Eastern time, we open up the room here for just live chat, live Q&A, sorry. So anyone with any questions about trade ideas or trading or the platform or anything like that, Certainly feel free to just write your comment. We basically don't have anything prepared for these simply because um, we're trying to leave everything open to chat, right? We're trying to make sure that if a question comes in, we're ready to go. So I will just kind of waffle on about random stuff until questions are asked. So the more you ask, the more you're saved from my random chats. I was just going through actually before I got on here the scan, which is the money flow index, which we actually have in here as a uh, money flow divergence, right? So essentially, a divergence scanner is. Sorry, I'm just making sure I have to make. Just had to make a note for myself, something I just forgotten to do with this indicator. But so a divergence is simply just looking for when price of a security moves lower. I always forget my Epic pen here. So you can see on Bank of America here, once it's out of the way, that we've been moving. Come on, we've been moving lower here on Bank of America, whereas on the money flow index, which is a momentum indicator that incorporates price and volume as opposed to something like the RSI, which it's very similar to, but the RSI looks at just price. So the with basically what this is kind of telling us is it might be time to start to look for a reversal, right? You just don't take a trade just because something like that occurs, but quite often when you get these divergences, it's showing that the momentum that it took to take this move and to take us to a low, well, this move right here, it's taken way less momentum. So we've made a new low in price, but momentum is starting to wane. So people who are kind of more revision to the mean traders, top and bottom pickers, will take a look at stuff like this, right? You can see up here we had one right here where we had this high in price that corresponded with this high in the money flow index. And then we had the money flow index make a lower high where we had price make a higher high. So a lot of people would look at that and say, oh, okay, might be time to notice something. And just seeing it here in BAC doesn't necessarily mean you trade BAC, right? You may look for a bank that is doing stronger or doing more when it comes to um, just overall strength, and you may take a look at looking at this one as well, right? So a lot of these, right? Citigroup is another bank. This is medical insurance. Right? So there's a lot of ones here that if you're a bottom picker, this is a very interesting scan. The CIFR, for example. Right, you can see new lows being made, and then new highs in the money flow index, which probably may correspond pretty similar to the RSI. Let's put that on and give it a shot. There, like that. Yeah, same kind of thing, right? Little new lows in price, little new highs in the RSI, but the money flow index shows it way better. So, right. And the only thing I'd say is if you are going to trade revision to the mean like this, you got to understand you are trading against the trend. So, generally speaking, when you trade against the trend, you got to make it quick. So with right lower lows in price, lower highs, I'm basically going through here and I'm just kind of making a list of something that the benefit of trading like this is you know exactly where you're wrong. right? The downside is you're obviously fighting trend. So using the CIFR, for example, if you were interested, you say, I don't know, 150 or something as the half number. You know that if it breaks this low right here at kind of 120-ish, that you're wrong and it's time to go. Right? You can reevaluate later. Maybe, um, the divergence condition still exists. So maybe you'll go, okay, well, it's time to go now, but I'm going to keep this on watch. But the old trading saying, if there's new lows, you got to go. So that's one thing I like about these is short term, for short term kind of swing trades. But the the downside you need to know is that you're you're wrong. If you're wrong, you're wrong. It's time to go. I see APPH from TI Strength. It's doing phenomenally. Or not TI Strength, the trade of the week. So this is the trade of the week right here. Nice support going on in this area right here. Had a nice bounce off support and then just kind of put in this bull flag. Right? Really typical standard trading pattern, and it's got some good get up and go off this. So that's so far that's so far great. It's to the point now where I would be really interested in kind of protecting my entry price. And I wouldn't let it get away from me at this point. What else is going on here? Not a whole lot else, is there? I noticed that arc is on the high end of my scans here, so we're getting some movement in arc, which just means the junky. I use arc as a proxy for the really crappy stocks, the Pelotons and Zooms, and then what's KWeb doing? Because KWeb has been showing some real relative strength recently. It's both flat today, down a little bit. EDU, I know from TI Strength, was doing really, really well. I'm still in some of that from right here, which was the TI Strength call. I sold some as we were kind of rocketing and then just kept a little bit left and put a break even stop in it and just let it go. So it looks like it's turning up here. Now maybe it's going to take a shot there at highs. Who knows? Other than that, uh, just sorting by change from the close here on my list here in the bottom. This is my ETF Watcher. So it's going to show me anything that's doing well and anything that's doing poorly. Oil, right? That's breaking down here and pushing to new lows. And then ARC is doing the best. So it's kind of the opposite of what we've seen pretty much all year, where energy was doing phenomenally and growth stocks were getting killed. Looks for at least today, maybe a few days, we're getting a reversal of that trend where it's kind of the junk that's doing a little bit good, and then the value type names have been getting hammered a bit. So EDU is top on our TI Strength. This is a swing trading algorithm that I built and tested throughout the market there. That one's doing very well. DLTR is next, perking up here. Interesting island reversal is what this pattern's called right here, technically, where you have a gap down and then it hangs out here for a little bit and then you just have a gap right back up, just showing that whatever bad news happened here, you can kind of just take out of the equation entirely and just like more draw that as a nice kind of calm downtrend. And now it looks like it's breaking out here. So some interesting DLTR, maybe over 160, which it is now, might be a nice kind of calm name. You're not going to worry about if they announce a recession or anything. I don't think DLTR is going to go bankrupt. If anything, might actually get more business. Just 1 second here. Sorry. Emails. Sorry about that. There we go. Sent. Here we go. For billing and stuff like that, you're going to just go to our website. It's nothing we can do here on the YouTube channel. So just go on the website and there's a little help chat on the bottom. And go for that. So yeah, just go to tradeadeas.com and there's a little help button on the bottom right, I think. And there'll be someone there that can help with billing and stuff, right? We're going to need your username and information and all that. So it's best not to do that on a public live stream. It's best to do that on privately with the Trade Ideas people. So if you just go to the website here, that'll load up. No worries. Yeah, it should pop up here in a second. This is a virtual machine, so it runs pretty slow. 25% off for 4th of July. So yeah, so support, you can find it right there. And they'll be able to help you kind of figure out what's going on, get all that sorted for you. UUP, it's always interesting when UUP here, which is the dollar index, is showing up on TI Strength and has been for a while. Actually, it was in the actual newsletter 2 weeks ago, I think. So, might be the dollar, I think, hit 20-year highs recently, which what's Bitcoin doing? If I were to bet, I would say down just because it's about even. Depends on where you anchor your, whether it's up or down. It's one of those things. It's a weird thing to chart just because there's no official open and close. So different exchanges can anchor what they consider an open or a close at a different time. Most of them use UCT, I think, standard time. The other one is so yeah, I think Bitcoin's about flat on the day, maybe down a bit. How do I get to the TI Strength scene? Oh, it's actually had a name change. And it's called TI Swing Picks on your channel bar. So let me open this. I guess some people were getting confused with what it was as a system. So they changed the name. So let me bring this up here. And it is, so you just scroll down. I don't know, right here. So you click TI Swing Picks and you open this up, and this will send you, this will give you the email that was sent out every night. I can't seem to get this thing to close. Get out of here, Xbox. Oh. Might need to do virtual machines. They do their job well, but end task. Get out of here. There we go. Oops. Oh, now it's doing it all the times that I asked for it. Windows. There we go. So yeah, so this will give you this welcome screen right here will open up just under these swing picks. This is the email that's sent out because TI Strength Alerts is a standalone product that you can just get the email for if you're just interested in that. So it will give you right the entry point, the stop loss, and then you obviously just manage it based off your trading plan there, and then it will open up another couple screens that will have just the scan, update it every 10 seconds. So these are going to be the current ones down below here. And then right here is going to show you what's happening right now. So these are the 5 symbols that were sent out at the end of the week. And then this one here, once it gets going, will give you kind of what's top on the time. That will refresh every 10 seconds or so. So to be honest, Funko is the one that I'm watching the closest. I think this is either Chinese or Hong Kong created. I can actually close that down because I use. So basically, what I did is I just took those 2 scans and then I brought them over to my own channel because I just want to see the stuff that I care about, right? I don't want to. That's the beauty of our channels is that they're pre-built scans. You don't have to do anything, but if you want to customize them, you can just grab the scans from that channel, save them to your cloud, and then open them up in your own. So Funko, it's kind of my favorite here. I did pick some of that up this morning as it broke the entry price, which was just Friday's high here. You can see I'm about break even on that, not really up or down. The rest of them, like RFP, just didn't trigger, just gap down and then started to sell all day. So unless things turn around and it breaks a prior high, then there's really nothing to look at there. Close this down. I keep saying I have to give. Yeah. So this one, right, the entry was right up here. It obviously didn't get anywhere near that. So it just opened up and sold, which is great. If you're gonna do that, that's the way I want you to do it. I want you to gap down and then sell. I don't want you to trigger me in and then reverse from there because that's not nearly as fun. I may need to actually switch over to my other virtual machine, the one that this one I have basically I just for demonstration purposes is the main reason that I run this one. Right here. So I just got to close some stuff to make it a little more private because what I'm going to switch to show you guys is just my more personal, which is funny because it's the same as a lot of it's the same as the other one. It just runs way faster because I put all my simple linking. Yeah. Server window, TS strength. And let's just stop screen share. So 1 second. I'm just changing what I'm sharing. Just because that other one was running a bit slow for me. It was bothering me. So this is more or less this is just another virtual machine I have that should be a little quicker. STI Swing picks free for Trinity subscribers. Yep. And you just find it just the way I pointed out there. So you just go into your channel bar and you just find it. So new, talk to channel bar, and you'll just see it right here. So this has been back tested for 5 years, and we've been running it for about a year and a half, and it's been handily beating the market. Now it's not a looking for a low float penny stock that's gonna quadruple in a day or anything like that a lot of people do. This is more of kind of a portfolio rotation type of model. So it's looking for what's the strongest what are the strongest stocks in the market at any given time, right? So Funko, obviously a really, really strong chart here, nice rounded bottom on the weekly chart, breaking out of that now, right? Everything that you look here, DLTR is going to be incredibly strong names. UUP, again, is a dollar index. The idea being that just by simply rotating into what's the strongest at the time, you end up, generally speaking, beat the market, right? There's an old trader saying, if you want to own the strongest stocks, just buy the strongest stocks, right? Um, so the idea is by constantly rotating into the strongest names, it's a concept in trading that is the main way I trade everything, and just the concept of relative strength. So where is the money flowing is kind of the question that you're trying to answer with relative strength is where's the cash going? Are they buying it or are they selling it? It's a little bit of a misconception I think that people have that retail people will buy and they will sell. uh, Institutions, a lot of institutions have mandated, they have to be so and so invested in the market at any time. So what they will always try to do to try to gain a little alpha, because if you have a piece of paper somewhere that's saying, listen, you have to be invested, by law, right? You always have to have your money in the market somewhere. What they'll do is they'll rotate their money into whatever they think is the strongest at the time. So, they may say, okay, well, I'm going to, and this is where you'll hear things like overweight and underweight and equal weight and this kind of stuff, is because what they want to do is they want to be in whatever name is going to be the strongest, and just constantly kind of mix that up. So the theory being is that if the institutions need to constantly be rotating their portfolios, then we can actually make a lot just by riding on their coattails. Because the one thing that a trader always needs to do is ask themselves a simple question: what is my edge, right? And I always look at my edge as a trader as how nimble I am. I could be in a position, and then if that position stops working, I can be directly out of that position seconds later with no harm, right? No skin off my back. So the idea is these guys take forever to rotate into these positions. We can do it really, really quickly. So let's just constantly look at what the strongest names are and then just rotate into those strongest names. Right? So EDU, for example, was the strongest name kind of way back here. So it makes sense that, or sorry, way back here. Right? You got a nice little pop out of that, and it continues to remain strong. And then way back in the day, it had names like Peloton and things in it. I remember during the pandemic crash, I guess we can go back on the weekly chart instead. So yeah, this is the pandemic crash in March. You can see how it didn't pull back very much. I think Zoom's a better example. Yeah, Zoom right here was the pandemic. So March 2020, you can see it barely pulled back at all. So there was a while there where the system was invested in this because it's just saying, hey, this thing is not going down when the rest of the market's just tanking. So it's going to be the strongest name. And then you go from there. So that's the idea. I like the concept of it. It's kind of the main way that I do a lot of my trading now, is just by looking for that relative strength. What's a virtual machine? It's just a way to run Windows on a Mac or Linux or whatever, where it kind of creates a fake computer on your computer, and you can, without getting super technical, but you can allocate certain resources to it and things like that. So I have on this computer right now, which is a Mac, I've got 2 versions of Windows running on top of the Mac. I've got generally the one that I'm working on and then the one that I'm able to show to other people. And just that one that I was showing to other people, I give a little less power to, and it was showing there. So I said, okay, let's go to the let's go to the one that has more power just to make things so I'm showing things a little bit smoother. Yeah. So if you're interested, right, you can do virtual machines on your own computer. You can rent them on the cloud, that type of thing. And just a way to offload, to run different things at different times, right? Because, when I do a lot of the building for Holly and the Market Explorer and things like that. So usually I have one machine tied up doing that. And then I usually also have my brokerage account and everything open on that. So I keep that. This is, I just keep it a little bit more private because there's actual company and personal information on it. So the other one is just kind of a throwaway, has nothing on it except trade ideas, but I just got to give it a little bit more boost. Or this just might be excuse to buy a new Mac. With the exchange rates, though, they're getting crazy up here in Canada. Other thing that's funny is you do see a lot of inverse ETFs in the relative strength algorithm right now, which generally speaking, I guess, isn't going to be a good sign. Lee Auto here, LI. This one's looking interesting. You can see here on the weekly chart, it's holding very, very strong above all of this price action. Back here on the monthly chart, it broke out as well. And then on the daily chart, if you look, it's just putting in a little bull flag here. So it gets back up over 40. Might be a place to take a shot. I would, if I was doing it, which I may, I would be wrong if it gets back under kind of 36 ish right here. I think you could take a pretty decent little shot to see if you can get another leg on these things. What's your high back here is 47, so that'd be great. And that's it because it's a new IPO. So, all right, the swing picks updated every Monday. They're updated on the weekend, so they are emailed out to um, the subscribers on Sunday at 9. Yeah, Sunday at, sorry, 7 Eastern? Yes, Sunday 7 Eastern. So sometime before then, they're in the system, right? Doesn't really matter too much who gets what first because the market's closed, but uh, generally speaking, I update sometimes as early as Friday evening. Generally speaking, just sometime on the weekend, but it definitely has to be updated in the system before it goes out to everybody. So Sunday night, if you check kind of when the futures open on Sunday night, they'll be there for sure. Now the scan that's there, the one in the blue, at the bottom, that's updated every 10 seconds, which what's ever stronger. The actual like splash screen and everything is updated once a week. But the idea is that hopefully if you look at the splash screen for a few weeks, because anybody who just copies someone's, I'm just going to take this person's trades and go from there, you're going to lose money in the market at some point, right? You're just gonna, it's the market takes money from the lazy like that. But the hope is that you end up liking, if it's something that meets your trading style, then you can end up starting to scan and do your own analysis on this list, knowing that everything on this list is generally speaking stronger than the overall market, right? So something like HRB I'm watching, you can see on the monthly chart and the weekly chart, we've got resistance up here as well. And we're just kind of bashing sideways. So maybe if this breaks higher, H&R Block might be a decent trade. So this isn't officially on the list, but it's something that I'm interested in, just because, right, again, this is updated every 10 seconds. So I can go through here and try to figure out blue, for instance, right, is broken above this area right here. So what, call this $9, right? So if it can get over 10, I'd be interested in blue. And then if I'm wrong under $9. So the official ones, you go from there as well, right? How do I subscribe to the newsletter? If you're not a Trade Ideas subscriber, you just go to our website and sign up, $17 a month. If you are, just open up your Trade Ideas account on Sunday evenings at the same time you would get the email, and it'll be there for you. Yeah, so again, it's the algorithm is the algorithm. So if you're a subscriber, just go to the channel and that thing that pops up will be updated uh, definitely by Sunday evening. And then you get all your time to do your research and due diligence and all that kind of stuff there. Uh, the other people will just get it emailed directly to them. Right now, I think there's something in the back end that's preventing us from just sending it to everyone, but uh, it's been doing well. Again, it's not, I think it's up 9% or so this year. I have to at some point find the time to update all the numbers in the back end, but it's for being a long only algorithm in this market, for it to be up at all is awesome. Right? I'm very, very impressed with how it's doing. Again, it's not meant to buy a penny stock and have it quintuple in value or anything like that. That's not what we're going for. So just to be able to be in relatively safe instruments and investments and outperform the market like that, I'm very happy. And that's assuming that you don't do anything except follow the plan that's there. But again, our hope is that people are gonna um, that people are going to trade their own thinking around it, right? They're going to say, oh, this is something that's interesting and that I like and makes sense to me. So I'm going to then take the ones that I like and leave the ones that I don't. And, um, you know, we have a stop out for Monday morning and say, rotate in the next portfolio Monday morning. But the hope is that people will say, well, like I did with EDU, there's just no reason to get out. If it's still going, I'm just going to hold in, right? So that kind of discretion is hopefully going to make it that people do way better. One stock I like is stocks gapping up. Um, have gone down in the morning and come back to high day. Not exactly like that, but let's see what we can do just by looking at lots of stuff here. Right. So if we look and we want to grab a topless window, and then we just want to go gap. Right. So first I would add a gap filter. What specifies one of those things that a gap is going to be different for everybody. What is a significant gap? Is that 2%, 3%, 5%, 10%, 100%? You don't understand. Um, you got to figure that out first. And then what I would do is you're looking for things that are below that high of the day. We actually have a below high filter. So I would grab this and I would add that as well and send um so between below high and the gap, I think you can get pretty close to what you're after. So you just need to specify what those numbers are. So below high, you would just put something in the max column for this one, and then gapper, you'd put it in the min column, and then see what it pushes back and start to play with it. But just looking for, instead of going through and saying, like, you need to make sure you have all these numbers specified, right? And then just start tweaking, right? So, gap, 5%, and then below high, maybe make it a buck and see how that works. There we go. You wouldn't use the range filter? You could use a position and range filter. And that would be just this one. The thing is with the position and range, it's if the stock is trading very narrow, it could show a number and it could be not really that precise. But it's one of those things where um you need to make sure it makes sense for you, right? So like, you know, eh, putting so if you were to add this filter, basically what it's saying, if I put uh, let's say a 90 here. Well, if I put a 90 here, that means it doesn't mean it's 10% below the high of the day. It means that if I- the position in the range, it's in the upper 90%, right? So I would maybe pair that with the below high. And then again, just play with those filters, right? Use the history feature, go back and see if it's something that makes sense to you and kind of go from there. But um, it's an interesting concept. I know what you're trying to get at is you're just trying to get like a pullback on something that gapped up and or it's nearing the high of day. Now, what you may also want to look at is the cross through the open alerts because if you're looking for something that sells off the open, you may say, "Well, I want it to sell off the open," and then a very common trading technique is these two right here, where if it crosses above the open, well, then it had to have been below the open at some point. So it may sell off and then start to cross back through the open, and that might give you an early warning that it's going to go through the high there, right? So those are two possible ways to skin that cat. I would just maybe try, but one's going to be an alert window, and the other is going to be a top list, and then kind of go from there as well, right? Yeah, so one thing, let me just I'll just build a new top list quick. Someone's looking for, but I'll show you how too. So if you go into symbol lists and then add existing when you're building a scan here, we have these daily symbol lists, and these update with all of your very um, common candlestick patterns, right? So we can put in where'd that go? Uh, I just saw it. I just clicked on it. Where is it? Bullish engulfing right here. And then if we go doji, that clicks right here. So now this particular scan is looking for, you customize these as you need them, but 150,000 shares a day, 1 to 500 price, and it's looking for stocks that had bullish engulfing. So I'll just go candles. This over. Okay. Duplicate into free floating window. Right. So everything in here, and again, customize them as you see fit, will either have in the prior day a bullish engulfing or a doji. Y'all. And welcome. Said new to the program as of yesterday. I would highly recommend stay tuned to your email. You're going to get a lot of educational material on that, on trade ideas. It's certainly a more complex program because it's so feature rich. So take your time, right? Make sure you're doing the education as much as you can, the best you can, and you'll be able to build cooler stuff than that soon, I'm sure. Just trying to bring up TI strength here because I want to keep an eye on my Funko. Oh, good. Looks like it's pushing up here. So again, I just put out a stop limit for this one right above. I think it has like 2376. I think I got opened up, gap down, which was great, and then just pushed right through. So I just got a nice clean entry on that. Progressive is something. PGR is something that's interesting to me as well. It's a insurance company, and right, if we can get through, so I've got an order for this, but this one just gapped down and sold. RFP, right, it obviously doesn't look good now. If it could have gotten over that, that's great, but I'm not. That's kind of off my list for now. Yeah, no worries. CD, another China name, and AGI. Again, all of these things are kind of pushing down, which makes sense. If I go to DBC, it's just commodity ETF. It's going down. Don't make sense at all. Everything inside of it's also going down. No need to overthink it. Those the people that overthink it are the ones that get in trouble. Just looking at this is the stuff I usually do. Oh, get rid of that. And then this one. Ooh, silver. I popped up in a scan that I got on another screen here. It's breaking down to new lows. Silver and gold. Gold, I am short, and I've been short for a while here, kind of in this area, expecting a breakdown. It's exactly what we're getting today. I've got to be cognizant of when to take my profits. It's my whole theory with gold. It took a while to actually get this trade to work, But my theory was basically if gold can't get going when inflation is the highest ever and the market's tanking, what's the good of it? Right? What's the benefit to gold if it is not an inflation hedge and it is not a hedge against a market sell off? What's the point? Why would I? Let's go back. Even less. Yeah, so right, what's the point of it? Same with kind of like Bitcoin, at least there's uh you can exchange it in some ways. Gold just doesn't do anything. Right? It just sits there. And yeah, it doesn't hedge against inflation. It doesn't hedge against market correction. It just kind of sits there. So also we were up in these, we bounced off pretty aggressively in these highs back here in 2011. So funny enough, if you invested in gold 11 years ago, you're still down money. And there are some people out there that are still invested in gold from 11 years ago and haven't said, hey, maybe I should move on to something else. So I'm actually short GDX, which is the gold miners index. Oh, now that I've done this. Yeah, okay. And we're actually gonna, 1 second. Try that. I'm breaking stuff. I'm always breaking stuff. Just go back to this guy, the real server. So yeah, ADX is the gold miner index. So you can see this line right here. I drew. I shorted as we broke below that line with my stop just over this little swing high, and we've just been kind of selling down ever since. On a percentage basis, it's pretty good considering these things don't really move that much. On a dollar basis, it's certainly not insanely impressive, but just what's the point? Theory. And I was also looking, so I talked about how another way to use relative strength, how on the gold miners, we were sitting right up near these highs from 2011. On JDX, you can see we never got anywhere near those highs. So just kind of showing that, hey, this thing in the gold area is relatively weak to everything else. So of the things gold related that I would want to own, this one ain't it. And now we're just right continuing to push to new lows. So I just need to keep half an eye on it so that I'm ready to, when things start to reverse, at some point it's going to get an oversold bounce, and I want to make sure I'm in profit taking mode then or a little bit before then. I don't want to hold for forever. So we got another 10 minutes. Anyone has any questions, anything to learn about in the system before Barry comes back and gives me the hook, or any talk about in the market, or really not doing much, which doesn't shock me. I think we have uh Forex Factory. Great little website, this Forex Factory. It will just tell you when economic events are out. I'm sure there's a million economic calendars out there. This is just the one that I've used. But yeah, so in the US, look at everything we've got going on tomorrow. So we've got job openings, PMI, which is an inflation number, and then we've got the Fed minutes. So I wouldn't be shocked if today on the overall market's just going to be a chop fest, with the morning tomorrow being a chop fest, and then the afternoon, right, whenever these Fed minutes come out, things just get wild, right? It's The big push up, the big push down, same old Fed stuff, right? Is there a way we can search a ticker on trade IDs and see what scanner it would appear on? We have something close to that where you can see what our filter values were at a time, but you have to understand that there's an actual infinite amount of scanners that you could build, right? So it your symbol could be on literally anything, right? So um we can't just say, hey, it would be on this scanner, that one, because it could be on an infinite number of scanners based off of, are you looking for a 1 minute volume spike or a weekly hammer candle, right? Anything in between those, or a 2 minute moving average crossover or something, right? It could be on any scanner. Um, because everyone's looking at a different time frame, everyone's looking at different indicators, all that kind of stuff. Again, it doesn't matter the time frame. There's like, let me show you. All right, there is just all of this, right? So and everybody makes their own scans with them. So the right now you can go and you can say with that website I gave you, you can say, hey, I want to look at Ford, and then I want to see at a certain time and say, okay, what did Trade Ideas filters have? You can do that. If you're trying to recreate something, but generally, I think that's the backwards way of doing it. You should have your trading plan that you've worked on, and then build the scan based off that. So sometimes it can help to say, "Hey, if you have like 5 symbols, and this is what they looked like before they moved." That's generally what people will use that website for. Is they'll say, "Okay, I want to find out what Trade Ideas filters values were for XYZ symbol at XYZ time." And then see if there's anything that stands out, but it's going to give you what all of our filter values showed. So there's a lot of data there. So, take your time hucking through it. It's not going to be a quick and easy job. It's the thing about trading. There's a lot of data out there. There's an infinite amount of ways to push them about.
Hello, Michael.
Hello, Barry.
I just popped in and I just caught the tail end of trading plan.
That was the first time I mentioned it. This one, I think.
No way.
Yeah, I think
No
so.
way. Okay.
Um,
Well,
but no, someone was just saying, is there a way to see if I type in a symbol, what scans it would appear on? And my answer was no, because it could appear on an
yeah,
infinite
exactly.
amount of scans, right? Like it could be on anything, and for a daily time frame down to a minute and all that. So I gave him the stocks like this page. That's it.
Michael, do you actually use the stocks like this, or do you, because I've got that link that let me just pop it in here, see if I can find it. Do you actually use the stocks like this, or you're past that?
I don't know. Well, the only time I would, well, to be honest, is when I was working in support, right? Where if someone in support, we get a lot of emails of, oh, why didn't this symbol pop up on this scanner? And it's a good way to go back and, I would sometimes send it to clients who, the ones that are really interested in something, because if they're noticing that they built a scanner, but it's missing a lot of symbols, I like to
Hmm.
send it to them and say, okay, well, you can type in your symbol and whatever time you're interested in, and it will show the filter values. And maybe if you do it for 2 or 3 symbols that you think our scanners, quote unquote, missed, it will say, oh, I see, the float value I have. Because as you know, if it didn't show up on our scans, you had a filter that filtered it out, right?
There's
So
usually a
trying
reason. Yeah,
yeah,
there
so
usually
you can
is a
go,
reason.
yeah, maybe my float value was too tight, or my I require too much volume and it wasn't making it in, that kind of thing. So I like it for stuff like that, for if people are trying to fine tune. The
Hmm.
problem is for a lot of people try to use it as, I'm trying to build this setup, and it just throws so much data at you
Yeah,
that it's very,
exactly.
very hard to use like that.
So the link I put in Toolbox, if you're going to, Michael's going to leave in a bit, I can show you what I use. And it's a, if you click on that link, you can't see my screen yet, but it's more of a, well, it allows you to basically to the minute, and you can add the columns that you want to see what the values were. But when Michael leaves, I'll display it if you want. Okay. And this is what I use when I do. I have to admit, I don't use the stocks like this or that template very much. But every now and then, yeah, it's interesting to see, okay, here's a stock that just powering through. What were the values when that happened? And then, as Michael says, in theory, you can create a scan based on that to maybe catch something that happens in the future that is like that.
Yeah, the only issue, right, that's from a like a data science kind of guy point of view, that gets you into dangerous territory, because that
Hmm.
that is like the textbook definition of curve fitting, which is like a
Yeah.
naughty word for us, right? Where it's like you have to be very careful of saying, here's a scenario that made money. Now let me fit all my data around it. It does a lot of, you're kind of forgetting the forest for the trees, right? Like,
Hmm.
instead of saying, because just by fitting the data in there, you're going to be fitting some stuff that doesn't matter. I always use the example of, maybe somebody putting like quarterly earnings growth or something in a filter that's a 5 minute scalp strategy,
Yeah.
right? It's like, it doesn't
Okay.
it may make your returns better on paper, but as if you think about it logically, you're like, okay, whether this stock has positive or negative quarterly earnings growth doesn't affect the price movement over the next 5 minutes. So,
Hmm.
right, just, two box,
Exactly.
when you're doing it, just make sure that you're not mindlessly following that stuff, right? Just, I always say,
Well,
just kind
yeah.
of refer back to your trader mind and say, does this make sense that this filter would affect, what I'm looking for, right? Sanity
Yeah, I
test.
mean, but of course, I'm not talking about auto trading, following every alert blindly. I would, if you want to create an alert window and just see what sort of alerts you're getting. I mean, really, at the beginning. And, for instance, all the alerts that I got, as you know, Michael, I don't back test anything. All I care about, because most of my scans give me so few alerts, I just want to see what they are. So I'm not getting inundated with hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of alerts from a scan. I do want to click on it and see what it looks like though. And
Yeah,
so I
for
don't
sure, but
bother back testing.
the same logic still applies, right? You're not gonna put, like, dividend growth in your
No, no,
scans,
no,
right?
no, no,
So
no,
I'm just
no.
saying, as you're building it out and as you're building the setup, that's always why I say you wanna start with the setup first and try to
Hmm.
build into that, as opposed to trying to start from the numbers, because if you start from the setup, it would say something like, a moving average has to be here, and, it's up X amount on the week or something, right? So the setup you're starting with is all kind of technical in nature, and then you can kind of play with those values as it comes, right? And use that tool to try to figure out, okay, what do I loosen up, what do I tighten, that type of thing, as opposed to just kind of just
Well,
slapping all the data that makes sense.
well, and the other thing you said was when you look at that stocks like this, I mean, you've got virtually every single filter there with a filter value. So
Yeah,
why I kind of like the way I do it when I do it is I can pick and choose the columns that I want and, add them in. And so I'm not inundated with, as you say, quarterly dividend data or anything like that. So that's
exactly.
that's
That makes sense. Yeah,
uh, so Michael, if you want to take off now, you
I
can. I'll,
will.
I'll give you permission.
I'm off to do more stuff for the strat, so that's
Ah,
on
the
its
strat.
way.
So I saw you had one strategy in there.
Yep.
That was from last week. And let me see, you're still, so the double inside day. Yeah, I see the
Yes,
double
and
inside day.
there's Dave's looking at it because it wasn't producing any values this morning anyway.
Okay.
Yeah, so we're looking at that one just to see what's going on. But it's basically just as you would think it is. It's, you know, um, today's candle is inside yesterday's candle, and yesterday's candle is inside the day before that.
Right.
So the
Right.
idea is just being that it's getting very, very, very tight in these. It's getting, yeah. So this is the one that I have that was valid at least earlier today. Oh yeah, I'm running a bunch of stuff to break things. I'm always breaking stuff, Barry. But yeah, it's basically just saying, if right yesterday's inside today and today's inside the day before, right, everything's getting, it's just basically saying this is a triangle pattern, right? Everything's getting very, very tight. Then the idea is that the first time you have an outside day, that might be something to take a look at, right? If it's breaking
Right.
those two days. So yeah, James says he was curious about what we're doing. We're going to build out a whole suite of scans for the strat, a whole kind of gambit from intraday to higher time frames, probably go all the way down to 5 minutes and then all the way up to weekly stuff. And we've got a new affiliate that's kind of helping me guide how we do that kind of thing. So stay tuned for that. The first thing change you'll notice, Barry, is this god awful menu is going to change soon. It's going to get structured for the Market
Good.
Explorer.
Right.
Finally, there'll be
Okay.
sub menus and sub menus on top of that, so that will help. But someday in the near future, you'll see that, and you'll see a sub menu that's called the Strat, and then within that, you'll see a whole bunch of Strat
Oh, cool.
scans.
Okay.
So
All
anyway,
right.
sir.
2 bucks. And by the way, I think, when you were saying, and I think Michael kind of answers that when he talks about building a trading plan, because you're saying trade ideas offer so much that we get confused. The reason why I think people get confused is because they look at every single alert and filter that we have, thinking
Yep.
that they have to learn every single one of them. And of course, the only reason we have so many is because we have thousands of customers and all sorts of different trading styles. So, we want to create enough so that, the majority of our customers can combine them to give them the type of scan they're looking for. It's not that you have to learn everything. But as Michael tries to hammer the point home, have a trading plan so that, for instance, if you're somebody who, like myself, likes to see stocks near the high or the low of the day, I really only lose a couple of filters and that's it, and a new high and new low trigger. That's
Yep.
it. But you might be somebody who wants to see pullbacks, or you might 5 minute highs or something like that. But you don't have to get overwhelmed by the amount of information that we have. You don't have to learn everything. And it's like looking at a word manual. If you look at a word manual and somebody said, you've got to learn this entire manual before you can start to print, nobody would do it. Right? Most people just want to know how to print, maybe how to make a like bold or change the font, and that's it. But the manual is there in case there are other types of users who are looking for more complex situations. But you don't have to learn the entire manual. Same with us.
Well, and that's exactly it. And one of the things we are trying to accomplish with the Market Explorer as well is to help simplify some things. But even within the Market Explorer, there's going to be hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of scans. There's going to be
Hmm.
tons. So you're right. It's this is my layout that you're looking at. I broke my charts because I'm trying to run some stuff for the Market Explorer, but I have a daily chart, a weekly chart, a monthly chart, and two scans, and that's it.
Hmm.
Right. So that's because that fits my style. Barry has a little more going on because he's looking at more intraday and running the room and that kind of stuff. But I could run my whole life off a little 13-inch laptop and be just fine because I'm more of a swing trader, and every
Right.
trader within Trade Ideas has a completely different layout from everyone else within Trade Ideas. So yeah, it makes way more sense to say, what am I trying to get out of the platform, and just build that and close everything down. It helps out way more than you think, having less on your screen. You'll end
Oh
up
yeah.
you'll
I
end up
always
really
relate the
messing up
story.
your.
Well, I always relate the story. I think the issue, Michael, is that people don't want to miss out on anything. They think they've got, so they go online or even in our room and they see somebody using this type of scan. Okay, I better use that. And somebody, I use this, and they go online and they find some guy on YouTube that says, "Wow, this is something you should do," and you can get overwhelmed. I mean, when I started at Trade Ideas, just as a customer, I probably had No, without a word of a lie, I probably had 40 alert windows and top list windows up and running, clicking like mad all day long and getting nothing done. And it took me a long time because it's really sometimes it's really hard. Like, wow, how can I get rid of that one though? Because it. What if it gives me the greatest trade in the world today and I got rid of it? So, but as you say, Michael, I love the way you have it. You've got a very specific style of trading, and you don't overwhelm yourself, and that's really what it's all about.
Yeah, well, and I think that comes with age too with trading, right? Is you understand going into every single day that you're going to miss like tons of trades, right? Every day you
Absolutely.
sit down, there's going to be some stock or many stocks that have tripled or quadrupled or went to zero or all kinds of stuff. And then I think just by trading long enough, you're like, okay, that's fine. I missed that. There's something crazy going on tomorrow and so on and so forth, right? Where it's like if you beat yourself up for missing stuff, it doesn't matter what you do. You could buy, 100 monitors and have every
Yeah.
scan
Yeah.
imaginable. You're only one human, so you're going to be looking at one of your 100 monitors, and then something's going to happen on the 80th monitor on the other end of the room. So there's
Yeah.
you just have to kind of come at peace with this is my style. This is what I focus on. Sometimes it will be super exciting. There'll be a lot to do, and sometimes there won't be anything to do, and that's fine, right? The market's
Yeah.
open tomorrow. You know,
Market is open tomorrow, probably for another 1,000 years anyway. So I don't think we have
let's
to
hope.
worry.
Let's hope we're still
Let's
around for
hope.
that.
Yeah. Okay. The Methuselah drug. That's what I'm going to take.
Yeah, there we go. All right, Barry, I got to take off to a meeting. It was good chatting with you, and
Okay. You bet. Thanks,
see you in
Michael.
the marketing meeting. I'm sure.
Oh yeah. Okay. Bye bye.
Have fun.
Okay, guys, I am back in both rooms now. I was talking to Michael in our YouTube room a little bit longer, so that is why I wasn't quite in the main room at 1 o'clock. And get my music going again. There we go. Yeah, now it depends what you mean by. I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room. Depends what you mean by scalping a two box. I mean, we've had people who, they want to construct a strategy and they back test it. They're looking for a 5 cent profit for a 1 cent stop. It's never going to work. Never, 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 never. You're up against the super big guys who spend billions of dollars to get a centimeter close to the servers. Okay, so it's just not going to work. So it depends what you mean by a scalp. You know, uh, I I intraday trade, but I do not consider myself a scalper. Okay. I may get out of a trade very quickly if it pops so rapidly, and I might take some off, but I'm not going into a trade thinking, okay, I'm going to be in this one for 30 seconds and I'm out. I have to wait and see what happens. Speaking of that, let's just take a look at what is happening now. Yeah, the COWN, before I got back into both rooms, I mentioned this lift off 30. I think I said something about keep an eye on that 30 lift. I know Shady has been on this. It's been a little, if you're going to trade something like this, I mean, you got to understand, where you're going to put a stop because it's not, it does have 50, 60 cent swing. So it all depends on where you're going to put your stop. And, so my advice is obviously fewer shares, wider stop that allows you to hold on. And the reason this is going is because, some firm, JMP Securities, put a $60 price tag on it. That's the only reason. Yeah. So, okay. So two bucks. Let me get that up. Well, okay. I put the link in. So hopefully you can follow. This is the link. Come on. So this is what the link looks like, okay? Now, this is what I was saying. All of these are columns. Of course, they're columns, and you can put whatever columns you want. And so the stocks like this template, and the question was, okay, what was the server looking at, FFFI at 415, when it started its big run, as an example. Okay, so you can control how many columns you want. These are just filters. I've put a lot in, but you can control exactly the number that you want. So for instance, if I wanted to see FFY, so I click on configure and click on symbol list and then single symbol. This is a drop down menu, so single symbol. Now I could type in FFY. Okay, and every time FFY made a new high, so I'm going to click on this, okay, and then I do a history today because it's going to show me. Now, I mean, it may be a ton of them because FFY. Okay, you see how this just filled. So let me see if I can go back far enough. Oh yeah, I can. So, at 4:15, it seemed to is really starting to make a move. So you see why this is pretty cool because this is this is not the other one that Michael was showing you was the stocks like this. It's every 5 minutes. Well, you can drill down to literally, this is 10:10, 53 seconds, 10:10, 54 seconds, and you can see every filter value that happened. You know, and you can control the columns that you want. I mean, I've got a lot in here because somebody said once, well, what about this? What about that? So I just put a lot of columns in here, but you understand these are just filters. So at 4:15, when it was starting to make a bit of a move, the gap was 5.6%. The relative volume was a little over 8, but the volume in 1 minute was 1,000% as an example. Okay. Volume in 5 minutes was 591. But so that's the theory. Okay. You can go back and you do a history and you can see exactly what the filter values were. So you could say to yourself, well, okay, what if I made a scan that had say a minimum volume, relative volume of 8? Okay. And say a minimum volume 1% of say 600%. And the change from the close or the change from the open, do I have change from, I must have change from the open somewhere. Change from the open, is 100%. I mean, this is up to you. This is why, it's difficult, not easy, but at least when you use something like this, you can see, you can really drill down to see exactly what the filter values were. And I think in a more manageable format than that other one, the stocks like this template. Now I call that the stocks like this template, but that because that's what Michael showed you, but it's a very different presentation. Okay, so I can't tell you, what to do. I can just show you how you can start. And if you want mine, these are all the column headers that I've got. It'll give you all the values. But some values you might think, I don't care about that. I don't care about that. I don't care about that. I only care about a few of them as an example. And then you can build a scan based on it, but it doesn't mean just because you get an alert that a stock is going to act just like FFIE did. But it gives you maybe some kind of a starting point. Okay. Yeah, just before I was going on my break, I saw that one AXSM, Zach. All right, guys. So let me just see what's happening with my races now. The other thing, Two Box, I mean, and others, I've been really, really concentrating on the races. It's allowing me. I mean, do I look at any other alert window that I've got? Yes. But first of all, look how few alerts I'm getting in this basic new highs and the basic new lows. How few different symbols I'm getting. Okay. So it's very manageable. But I have to admit, I'm really, really concentrating on the races, for my style of trading anyway. So I mean, look at the FF. I mean, that's what alerted me to FF. I mean, this alerted me early. Don't get me wrong. At 4:15, but that was at 10:30. Okay, before it really, really got running. It already had a nice little pop. Actually, that's not right. That's not true. I mean, it didn't have that big a pop, but I mean, right there on that candle, That's when it really started to run. And that was right around 10:30 for FFIE. But the minute I start seeing it winning race after race after race, I've got to pay attention to it. I just have to. The LXRX was another one that, my issue with it more was that I thought maybe this 270 might stall it, or that it was too extended. So, but if I can really, really pay attention, as opposed to, moderating a room and doing other things, this would have been an ideal situation right there. For me, the LXRX at around 240. And because that's a nice little break on the 15, and going from 240 to 290, that's a great percentage break or percentage move. So, did I miss the move from 2 to 230? Yeah. But so what? I still could have had another almost 20% move, 25% move from here. So that's why I love the races. Let's just say, for instance, this one starts winning a race again, and I look left and I say, okay, this is above that 274, which is, a high of a few, well, quite a few days ago. That was back in April. How much further could it go based on what I'm reading on, say, a weekly chart? Now, for me, probably 3 is going to stall it. I'm looking at a weekly chart. I see a lot of action right around 3. This is based on my watch list, okay, James? This is based just on this biggest gainers from the open, okay? This is just a top list that is, I launched the race from here, so that's what you see. This is based on my watch list of symbols that I put into a watch list. So there could be some symbols here on my watch list that are not going to, for whatever reason, appear in the biggest gainers, but I do see the top is here. There probably is going to be some overlap. I'm still kind of testing this. I started displaying my watch list in race format last week, I believe, on Monday. But there's a part of me that says, you know what, this is all I really need. And that, and then, my 10-day daily breakdown. Again, look how few alerts I get. Very, very manageable. So even though this is what I don't want to get really distracted from, I can't really call this a big distraction. I mean, I got one alert at 9:36, one at 10:38, then 10:20. So it's not like I'm getting, inundated with alerts all at once. And the same thing this 8, on the way down. So I mean, I have really, really, really cut down on the number of scans that I look at. And if I only had one, I would probably just, if somebody said, you can only now have one, those are the new rules, I would be just looking at this one. Well, yeah, because when looking at a watch list right now, or a top list right now, or a watch list, because a watch list is just basically a top list, I can't tell if this one is moving. I've sorted this on the change from the open. So I do see that LXRX in this particular top list is up 50% from the open. But is that telling me if it's moving right now? Can't tell, because it's basically static. So this one, BITF, in theory, could be starting to really put on a big run. And I wouldn't know about it. I just wouldn't know about it. But the race will tell me if one of these is starting to, because remember, every 4 minutes, there's a new race. So everybody starts off at an equal starting point. So all of a sudden, if one of these is starting to move, I would never see it. It's trying to stare at a list like this. So that's why the racing is kind of merges two worlds, our top lists and then real-time alerts. So the average true range. So the question was in our YouTube room, what is average true range? Now you could go into Wikipedia or something like that and certainly get a real textbook definition. But let's just say that, okay, an average true range. So for today, for ONEM, the range has been right now the high of 1016 and the low of whatever 7. Let's make the math easy. What if the low of the day was 8 and the high of the day was 10? that would mean today would have a range of two. Okay, $2. Okay, I mean, it's obviously if it pops, it's not exactly correct, but imagine you were looking at some symbol that the high of the day was 10 and the low of the day was 8, and it was trading somewhere in between now. So you could say, well, today's range is 2. The average true range is taking the average of what the range is normally over 10 days. Okay. So for instance, if that stock that today's range is 2, but over the last 10 days, its range on average has been 1. One day it might have been 125, the next day it might have been 75 cents. And anyway, you take the average of what the range was over the last 10 days. That's the average true range. So we do have this filter. If I right click and in combination, I do a search, I'm going to type in range. Okay, so there's the average true range, okay? Average true range in dollars. So if you wanted to create some kind of an alert window, you might say, okay, I want to see a stock that its average true range normally was 50 cents at least, or $1 at least. And then, so you would, use this average true range, add the filter, and say put minimum of 1, just as an example, okay? But here's the key one. Oops. Go back to average again. Scroll down. Okay, this is the key one. This change, I wish it were differently named, but anyway, the change from the open, percent of average true range. So for instance, if you put 200, use this filter and you added 200, it's a percent ratio of 2. Okay, just for argument's sake. So, and say you put a minimum of say 50 cents or $1 that a stock normally is traded. For you to see that stock today, let's just say you used $1. For you to see that stock today, its range today would have to be $2. In other words, double. Okay. A stock that normally has traded, has a range of $2, over the last 10 days, that will have to have a range today of $4. Okay. So in other words, it's showing you a stock that's acting pretty abnormally, how it is compared to how it acted over the last 10 days. So that makes sense? And I can't tell you what to use. I don't use it, okay? But I can't tell you, what percentage to use. But it's just another way of looking at stocks that are, trading abnormally compared to what they normally do. So for instance, if I look at 1M, its average true range is about 64. Today, it's 3.8 times that. Okay, 382%. Again, just another way, as opposed to just looking at pure volume to see whether or not a relative volume filter, pure volume to see whether or not a stock is trading abnormally, which of course is, if you're intraday trading, is what you want. You don't want to get into something that's not trading abnormally. Otherwise, you might take it and never be able to get out where you want. You want to have stocks with good liquidity, in case it either it's not working, so you want to get out of the trade, or it's working really well and you want to get out at a higher price, but you don't want to be the only one trying to sell at a higher price. Boy, Zach, your scan is giving lots and lots and lots of alerts today. Yeah, you're right, Two Box. I mean, one thing notice about trade ideas is that your scanners are as good as you are. Okay, and yeah, I mean, you can create a scan and think it's fine. I mean, one of the interesting things about backtesting is not for me when I used to backtest a long time ago. You know what? It wasn't so much to, I mean, obviously when you think you've got some kind of a strategy and you back test it and you think it's going to work and every alert you get from it should be really interesting. It doesn't mean you take every single alert from it. What I was finding though is that something that I thought should work and I back test it and it was horrible in the back testing. Horrible. The classic one is, everybody wants that 15-minute opening range break or 30-minute opening range break. I mean, it makes so much sense. You see all sorts of ideas on the internet about stuff like that. So I thought, well, I've just got to create some kind of a scan on a 15-minute range break, opening range break. Put in a minimum volume, maybe a price range. Maybe it has to be up a certain amount from the open or from the close, etc. I'd run the back test, and I could never, ever, ever get a good result. And so, I mean, I just gave up. I mean, I just gave up because I was convinced that that had to be a good scan. So now, I just don't. I guess what I'm really trying to say is that can keep you out of an idea that you think must work, and so you stop wasting your time trying to, pound that round nail or the square nail, the square into the round peg, or you know what I mean, square into a round hole. Okay, trying to make it work because you just have this belief that it must work. Square peg into a round hole. That's what I wanted to say. So let's see now. How easy was it to get this one? The PRVA at 3137. That was the alert. Wow. So that alert happened at 3137 and it roared up to, wow, 34. So obviously you would not have wanted to take it at 3147, 3137. Actually, your alert, this would have been a challenge because you had the first alert at 3040, then at 3082, then at 3133 and 3137. Always wondering, I mean, man, is that the end? Is that the end? Is that the end? Have I mixed my metaphor, James? Okay. Okay, guys. Yeah, $2. You're right. I mean, we can look at the pre-market and think, okay, these are the things that are moving, and should they maybe they'll keep moving once the market opens. And of course, we all know that's not necessarily the case. Or will they move in a nice trend, either up or down, or will they just chop around? I mean, we just don't know. I mean, I still want to do some pre-market work, mainly I just don't want to switch on my computer at 9:30 and just, try to and hit the market, so fast without having any sort of a lead in. But, I'm actually finding with the races that it's not as necessary. But I still do some pre-market work, no question about it. just to get my mind, into the market, just as opposed to, again, just turning on my computer. Well, my time at 6:30. And the other thing too, I mean, look at it, look at a COWN as an example. It's been a bit of a challenge, a bit of a challenge, sort of, I mean, some fairly wide ranges depending on how far your stop was from your entry. But that was news. I mean, that was basically, so it is interesting to know what the news was, and so you're going to put a $60 price target on something, it's going to draw attention. If it's a bio and they come up with, fantastic phase three news, it's probably, worth watching for the day. And conversely, some smaller bio with good phase one or two, and then it just starts to slide because, let's face it, phase one or phase two news isn't really that. I mean, it's okay. It looks great in the pre-market, but then reality sets in, and a lot of times you just fade. So, you start watching them for fades. Well, for somebody, for me, it was, I mean, right at the beginning, okay, when it, got up to what, 29.43, and then it got down, and then it dropped $1. Okay, so I mean, the challenge in the first 30 minutes or 45 minutes, because we still, direction was still kind of unknown until it hit this part right around here. And then after that, I mean, we had a 60-cent pullback here. All depends on your stop, Shady, as you know. How tight you want to make your stop. Well, again, it's trading clean depending on your stop. I mean, some would, look at this, that high right there, and if they got in around 30, 35, and if it pulled that back down underneath 30 and got down to 20.80, there's a 60-cent drop. That might be too much for some people. I mean, I know what you're saying. Well, it's still trading okay on a 15, but so it's all depends on your stop. And that's why, as William has cited me many times, sometimes less is more. Taking fewer shares with a wider stop can get you more money because it allows you to hold on to the trade when it does pull back a little bit. I mean, it sounds counterintuitive, taking fewer shares, you can make more money because, again, it allows you to hold on to some pullbacks that may have bounced you out if you are the type that wants to have very aggressive stops. Ah, that's why. Got my sound alert off. Yeah, watch out for the stage threes. You're absolutely right, a trade. And they really nailed a lot of people on that one, I think. Remember I was just talking about this one, the BITF. I was saying you'd never see it. I mean, it's making it, I'm not saying this is an incredible move, but it's making a move off that 110. This was well, again, for me, this was a tough one to take. I thought there'd be too much resistance, but, I was wrong. LXRX, I was wrong. That's all about having a trading plan, though. I'm gonna be wrong many, many, many times in stocks that I don't take because I think there might be resistance, and that's fine. That's just part of my style. I want to see a lot more room before I take. And when I say room, if a stock's near the high of the day, I want to be able to look left on a daily chart or a weekly or a monthly and see where that next high is. And if it's far enough away on a percentage basis, then it gets me interested. So I talk myself out of many, many trades because I think there's something, that the next high is too close, and that's fine. That's just part of my trading style. I mean, does it pain me, to see LXRX, that is one, well, probably soon to be 7 races? Sure. But, as Michael said before, as we were talking, especially with trade ideas, we can always find stuff all day long. I don't care what the market's doing. I mean, the market's having a nice little rally, but even if it was moving down, we can always find stuff all day long. Now, remember body? I was talking about body earlier, and I have an alert set, way up here at $1.50 or so. I doubt if it's going to take it out today, but if it takes it out tomorrow, then you can start looking left and you can start to see where the stock could go. Okay. So if you're not using our price alerts, you're doing yourself a disservice. Okay. The price alerts meaning, putting a price alert right on the chart and then you just forget about it. You don't have to stare at it. You'll let the alert happen if it happens. And if you don't know what I'm talking about, click on new and then price alerts window. When you do that, this is what you'll see. Okay, now I'm going to get rid of these. These are already triggered. That means the price up. And just want to make sure I do this right. Okay, I'm going to delete those. So watch, if I put a price alert again for body, well, I've got one there, but let's take another one. So how I use them, if you're not using the price alerts, if you've never used before, this of course will be blank. And what I would do is I would minimize the window because you don't have to have it taking up any screen space. But watch what I'm talking about. Let's just let's put a price alert for TALS right up here, 289. And I'm going to put one just underneath it at 285. Okay. Now I'm going to minimize this window. Watch what happens. I would pick one that's not moving at all. There you go. See? Okay, you see what happened? So it came down to that 285. Hopefully you can see that that was a blue line. It has turned green. That means the price alert triggered. That blue line on top still did not trigger, but you see what happened? It popped up on my screen because I minimized the window. It popped up on my screen. I sort on the triggered time column, so I'll see it right at the top. And I also put a sound alert on it using the actions and the play sound. I do that because I've got a wireless headset, so sometimes I wander away from my computer, and I know the sound that I'm using for my price alerts, so I can come racing back and see what's happening. So I mean, if you're not using our price alerts, again, I don't think you're using trade ideas to its fullest advantage, because now you can just create price alerts at areas where you think you might want to see the stock, and then just forget about it. You don't have to have it thumbnailed. You don't have to be watching the chart. You just forget about it. And then you click when you get the price alert, you click on it, and then you can see the chart. No, unfortunately, no, James, there isn't. Yeah, unfortunately, the only alerts you can do are literally price alerts, not when it crosses a certain moving average. Or I'm sure down the road they'll have something like that, but right now, no. And down the road could mean a year from now, or 10 years from now, or next month. Okay. I know I mentioned this one a little while ago, the AGEN, because it had a little bit of room to the 250 mark, a little bit of room. So James, every race is launched from a top list, okay? So if your top list has a column change from the open, okay, you can run the race based on anything in your column. So yeah, if you don't have change from the open percent as one of the columns, then you can't run it, because this is what happens. If I right click, launch, and then you're right, this is a drop down menu based on, so look, here are all the columns that I've got right here in this drop down menu. So you must be trying to run a race, and you don't have the change from the open as a column. You don't have to put any percentage. In other words, you don't have to put that it has to be up a certain amount, on the change from the open. If you don't have to, you could if you wanted to, but you don't have to. But you can run the race on any column that you've got. So if I wanted to add a column here, you just right click, configure, and then click on search, and then I could find whatever I wanted. So let's type in volume as an example. Volume 5-minute percent, and then I would click on it, and then I could say show column. And so then I could run a race based on the stocks that are moving the most in 5 minutes, in it percentage wise. Things like that. There are all sorts of different ways. I choose to make it on the change from the open, but yeah, it's just a matter of adding whatever column you want to run the race on. So guys, today being Tuesday, it is a marketing meeting at 2 o'clock that I will attend. So, this OSH from your scan too, Zach. I mean, look where it's coming into. And this is from Zach's bouncers and toppers. A lot of action today. I'm surprised on both sides. Excuse me. Some days you'll get one or two of each, and that's it. But look at the OSH. So this is what I see. This is now remember, this is a topping plane. So in other words, potential for a short. So when you look left on the OSH, I see a high of 2073. I see a high of, I see a high of 2073. That's the next high. I mean, that could stall it. I mean, it's at 2059. That could easily stall it. So, I mean, if it keeps trying to get a little higher and keeps failing, and now the market's starting to move down a bit, this could turn into the short. The trigger was at 2056. And there's a lot in the float, so it's probably not going to be a rapid mover. But they don't all have to be low floats. I mean, look, the EQRX was for me anyway, the awesome one from that scan on a percentage basis, moving from about 540 down to almost 5. But it's a big float, 271 million. So they don't all have to be low floats for them to move. And it's trading, twice as 2 times normal up to this point of the day, as an example. I do see that XLO showed up in our in the AI. It's not shortable at Interactive Brokers. My guess is probably not going to be shortable at E-Trade. I may be wrong. XLO. Yeah, so the pre-market high looks like around 480 or so, 475 for APRN. And with that 31% short float. So yeah, I think I read earlier that this is a Reddit favorite, one of the Reddit favorites today. And here we go. Reddit short squeeze mentions for Tuesday, July the 5th. So there's Apron, Blue Apron, EVFM. EVFM was showing up on 5 times. All right, guys. So here's the LXRX. Now, potential little short here. I mean, it looks like to me that there's some support around 252, so it's not that far away. This Osh is really interesting, guys. I mean, it's butting up right up against that high, 2073. Had a nice 2-day run, OSH. However, I'll be going into this marketing meeting, so probably not going to enter anything. Hmm. I wonder if something is happening here. I'm not getting any movement here. I mean, is the market that stagnant that nothing is moving? On either one, I'm wondering if something's going on. 153. I might have to just. Ah. Okay, just. Okay, there might have been just some kind of a overload or something. Yeah, something happened, guys. Actually, you know what? I have a feeling because I have a couple of alerts that should be firing, and I wasn't getting any sound of that. So I'm wondering if we had just a brief blip in our server with our server. Yeah, so something happened. Yeah, Mike, you're saying the same thing. A couple others in our YouTube room saying the same thing. So something obviously happened. How's my noise canceling working, guys? I haven't asked in a while. I've got a leaf blower nearby. If you can't hear that, then I know it's working. Sounds more like a race car. No, there are not in alerts, James. There are no delays in alerts. Okay, I mean something may have happened briefly to the server, but no. If it's an alert window, For instance, if I'm looking for a stock making a new high for the day with filters, when I get the alert, that is a real-time alert. This is all real-time also, okay? If you're just staring at a top list, now this is going to be in the old days, maybe a couple of months ago, the top lists would update every 30 seconds. The top lists are now updating every 5 seconds. Okay, so, but they are going to make that aspect, looks like they're going to make that aspect, if you want that, part of the premium service. Okay, I have a feeling that right now they're giving it to you in the standard service, but I'm going to actually ask that question in the marketing meeting. All right, guys, so I'm going to put myself on mute right now. Okay, guys, listen, I am back. I'm going to have to take off. I don't know how, I got a technician coming over and it's to do with internet, etc., like that. I'm changing providers and it was supposed to be at 1 o'clock, well, my time, 4 o'clock Eastern, but he wants to come over now. So when he comes over, I'm going to have to shut everything down. Okay, so I do apologize for that. I'm going to have to let Chris know. Okay, so yeah, so I can hang around until I can hang around until. Okay, Richard, this is what you can do. Go to, I'll give you our homepage link, okay? And just start a conversation. Just give me a moment here. I'll find my homepage link, TI homepage. Okay. Okay, so if you click on the homepage link, you should see, not that. Just a minute. What's going on? Don't tell me my links are broken. You know what? We had this issue. By the way, guys, take a look. Keep an eye on this ENOB. This ENOB's got some room, and it's a high shortfall percent. I mean, it's crazy. I know it says 127%. 230 is the next high. Wonder if every link is. Give me a moment. Yeah, there's got to be something with our going on with our website. Yeah, I think there's something going on with our website, though. Yeah, no, I'm getting alerts. I'm getting alerts, Ori, but I'm trying to click on my links. I'm trying to click on my links, and normally my links, will take you to my homepage, and nothing is happening. And I tried a couple of other links that usually means something could be going on with our website. So Chris will probably take over in our YouTube room before 3 o'clock, okay? But then he's got to take off for about 10 or 15 minutes. He picks up his daughter. That's why he starts at 3:30. And as far as the main room goes, I hope you guys don't mind. I'll probably just shut it down. I mean, it'll be about maybe 40 minutes early. well, a little earlier. I guess I keep it open to 3:30, but I can't control this this technician coming over early. Okay, I think it's working again. Okay, I think the links are working again. So Richard, if you click on the link, this is what you should see. So I think links are working again. So the questions and answers. So just click on that and then do the ask, and they just say, hey, here's my email address, and tell them what you'd like to do. Okay. Okay, William, if you don't mind, and then you know what to do, how to shut the room down. I mean, it's not a big deal. I mean, when the guy comes over, I think the internet connection is going to be disrupted for a bit, but um, hmm. Yeah, there's definitely still something going on with these links. Okay. Yeah, there's just something going on. So anyway, guys, I just want to just briefly talk about my homepage. Okay, save my link. Don't forget this promo code is still valid until probably 11:59 p.m. Eastern time tonight. Okay, and you can get 25% off the entire year or the first month only of Trade Ideas. What I would do though, if you don't know the program, take out a monthly, either of the standard or the premium. And if you do want to take out an annual and you want to get the 25%, take a monthly first, and if you want to take out an annual, if you do it within 30 days, we'll honor the 25%. So that's confusing. Let me just show you what I mean. So you can always start off with a standard premium on a monthly basis. You'll get the 25% off the first month. If you decide you do want an annual subscription and you do it within 30 days of taking out a subscription, we'll honor the 25%. That's what I meant. And again, do the let's get started, mandatory. You do that. You can sign up for my stock of the day videos that I do. Trade of the week is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. All my scans are here. This is the race mode. This is over here. But my Zacks, bouncers, and toppers that you hear me talk about. And all the education is here. Okay. All the education is here. Too bad. There's some interesting stuff happening. This Enov is really, I mean, this is, I know that you guys have been talking about Enov for, well, maybe on the way down. Is that right? I thought there was something else in. Maybe another EN. All right, Xair, you guys have been talking about Xair. What is it doing? Hmm. So this is really delayed reaction, guys. I mean, they've had some really, I think it was on this day, might have been this day, or was this day, had some really, well, I can tell you, June 28th. What day is this? Yeah, so it was, yeah, so it was this day, I think. So they released yeah, so they released earnings after hours. So the reaction was here on the 29th. They also had, I think they had some kind of a contract. They had three pieces of news. It really didn't do much. I mean, it did pop up, but look, here's this red candle. The following day, it certainly didn't do anything. And then there's Friday and today's action. So definitely a delayed reaction to the news. Well, we reviewed 1M as a something that was short, okay, earlier. Questioning the YouTube room by Kirk. Did we review 1M? So that showed up on Zach's topping scan, and I think some shorted it. Other than that, no more review. It's kind of hanging around 10. Boy, this Osh does not want to fall yet. Man, I mean, it's right there. I mean, right there, 2073. I guess if it got through that, I mean, if it gets through that 2073 like it's trying, I mean, the next highs are around 21, I believe. Yeah, 2104. All right, guys, let's see what else is happening. ACVA making a bit of a run here. Yeah, Trivia is trying to go. I have that. That's one that I have on thumbnail, PRVI. That is one that's trying to go. Pretty decent volume coming in. We mentioned this one, thinking it has some room to about the 350 mark. Guess I better get rid of the on mute in a meeting. She thought the guy would be here by now. So, nice move on the SPY, guys. I mean, now NAS, so Tech has come right back. Tech has led this charge in the SPY, right back. Dow is still down. SPY is still down, but nice recovery. Yeah, I mean, as this market keeps making moves like this, as OSH just keeps inching its way up. Now this one is sort of interesting. The DRTS, the problem with it is the spread. I mean, I've kept looking at this DRTS, but the spread is 20 cents. Low float, 38 million. This did get up to 11.16 or so earlier. Oh, just one moment. I think the guy's here. Just okay, guys. I have to leave. So where's Chris? Just give me a moment. I think Chris is going to come into the main room and YouTube. Okay. So I do apologize, and I'm going to have to put myself on mute. Okay. So we'll see you. We'll see you guys tomorrow.
All right, everybody. Hopefully you can all hear me. Let me know. Just I was stuck on another call with something here and couldn't wrap it up quick enough to get back over to the side of things. So if you can all give me a mic check, let me know that you've got me. Can you all hear me? Just let me know. Okay, perfect. Thank you. I never know these days, and never want technology to get by me, but sometimes it feels like it has. Multiple mics and speakers, and which one's putting the sound where. All right, perfect. Happy Tuesday. Hope everybody had a nice, relaxing long weekend. Ate some barbecue, whether you're having hot dogs and hamburgers or some grilled eggplant and zucchini or something like that. Hope it was delicious. Some fireworks and all that good stuff. And start firing away. Any questions or anything like that? Interesting day for me. I missed FIE, but grabbed this here, AUPH instead. Because of some disconnects and restarting, it's not showing all my trades on here, but I took some earlier trades in it and then some later trades in it too. So treated me okay. Could have managed the trade. Could have managed the first round on it a little better, but it happens. It happens. So continue, and look at the K-Web, but what is that up to? So yeah, continued theme for me for the K-Web and China in general. They still look stronger than everybody else. And then, I can't help but IBB, take a look at that. Pretty solid day in there, in the XBI. Same thing here. So those two bios, I saw someone, I don't know if it was a tweet or something like that, and someone put out, let us on the way down, so lead us on the way back up. Now, I don't think we're headed back up in the overall market, quite personally, but it is possible to maybe say that, where's my drawing tool? To maybe say that these are the first to bottom in the bottoming process. And the bottoming process, I don't know, is it going to take a month, a week, a year? I have no idea. No one knows. All right. But my point being is, could that be a bottom? And we can start to build off of that here. I don't know, but as technical analysis, as technical traders, we want to identify trends and trend changes as early as possible. And so I can't help but notice that the rest of the market is pretty weak. The other sectors are very weak overall in general. And the biotechs look good and China looks good as compared to the rest. I'm not saying, let's run out and buy a bunch of bios and all that. That is by no means what I'm saying. What I'm saying is I think they deserve an extra look. And that's just my 2 cents. That's kind of where I placed some bets, and that's where my kind of trading is heading. So no, yeah, that wouldn't be, that's probably post office box, I'm guessing, that address. We don't have a quote unquote home base. So nowhere to stop by on that one. I'm in New York. A handful of the other folks are in and around the San Diego area. And then we got, a few in Texas and Georgia and North Carolina and Maryland and Long Island and South Africa. So I'm pretty sure that would just be a post office box. But don't hold me to that it's a post office box. But definitely not some office that we're all working out of. That I can confirm for sure. So buttons. Okay, so yeah. We got, that's right. We got two in Canada. Duh. On each side of Canada, we've got Barry over on the left side of Canada, also known as the west side, the west coast, and Michael on the right side, also known as the east coast. One day I'm gonna make it out and start visiting all my coworkers here. I've actually only ever met David Afariat. That's it. I met him in DC for the CMT symposium. He was just there for a brief moment. He was in town for other conferences, and so we crossed paths. A networking event that he was able to stop by, make a few introductions for me, as he knows, quite a few people from the CMT Association and that world in general. And I'm still someone very new to all of this, and I was off on my own from there. But it was really great to meet David. Really, really great to meet David. So, someone that I, definitely admire quite a bit. So anyways, that's that stuff. What else was interesting in the market today? Obviously, I think the entire trading world saw this make a big move. FFIE. Pretty clean move here on the 15-minute chart, and kind of came out of nowhere. You had this gap up on it, nothing massive, and a little pullback, and then just kind of off to the races from there. Also, what else was I looking at? There was something else that had me interested, and I deleted all my price alerts earlier. I shouldn't have done that. Well, blue. All right, so blue, I didn't delete that one. It's made a nice break here, but it was just, when it made that initial 15-minute bar, I didn't want to go chase, and I was like, all right, I'll wait for price action to catch up. And I probably should have, got it somewhere here, but I just wasn't convinced that I wanted to go buying right away on anything today. And obviously, it's a nice move that was to be had in blue, that's for sure. Didn't get it. Was on the races often early. IMTE just never materialized. It couldn't be jumping on that one. And, it's one of those ones that probably keep an eye on them in the coming days, because, look, we can see these nice moves that it's made. It seems to have this history of doing them. Is this another setup for it? And when I say that, I don't mean I want to take a swing shot at, swing trading shot at it or anything like that. But it's a great day trading vehicle for sure. Now, obviously, yes, these would have been great moves to catch on a swing trade. But when you're talking things that make these kind of moves, I'm just not comfortable holding anything like that overnight. Not, if I had quote unquote throwaway money, and I wouldn't even call it throwaway money, but if I had a stronger risk appetite, risk management system for that risk appetite, stronger risk appetite for my risk management system, that I could handle maybe a $2 gap down or something like that, then I would consider something like this. But just, like I said, more of a day trading vehicle to me than anything else. LABU, that's a leverage one, right? Yeah, biotech bull leverage. I mostly stay away from leveraged ETFs and things like that. I'd rather try to find an alpha stock that's with the underlying, to be honest. Just what I'm more comfortable with personally. This AUPH, again, if we weren't in a bear market, I'd be looking at this for a possible swing trade. Did this bottom back here? It's been on this long downturn trend, and it's, tried to push up through here, came down, tested it, tried to push up through here, came down, tested, it's pushing up on it again. But that's a long way for me, that $10 mark, for me to consider a swing trade. We can easily move down $1 on a gap and then follow through on another $1 down to that side. So it doesn't set up a risk appetite for me personally. But again, I'm going to continue to watch it. We see this thing can have big moves to the upside here. We've seen plenty of moves, some follow through on some of these moves. So for a day trading vehicle, I continue to be interested in it. Wolf, how are you? I'm missing still something else that I was alerted to earlier in the day. I don't even know if it won a race or not. Just bird it. Well, this was on one of my races, but this isn't something I was referencing. But yeah, this won a race anyways. So we can see here, won a race probably somewhere in here, I'm guessing, for that win. QRX. There's another one. So a lot of alpha on the scan today. A lot of alpha and some clean charts at that too. So definitely worth noting. I think so. I haven't looked. Yeah, Ali. Yeah, she's got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 alerts today. 2 stop outs, 2 profit saves, 3 timed exits, and a reduced risk. So let's see. This is all my races early. This big gap up here, so not a bad move out of that. That stopped out here. So a short. Oh, I see. This was actually a short. Tricked me. So, all right. So it just had that short move right here to that side and then took off. So that's why the profit save came in here. Interesting. Okay. Short call here. Gets stopped out. But was in the money shortly anyways. This was a long call. Not much time to have taken any of the money on that one. 587 was the alert. Well, all right. I mean, 587 is the entry price, and it traded all the way up to 625. So I mean, certainly had some time to take some money on that one. Chef's Warehouse. Very familiar with them from my restaurant days. So she went short on that, and that went really the wrong way for her. Interesting. This short call that's kind of bled all day long and worked. Really nothing here. She 71.60. So all right, she made the entry here. Really dipped down. Obviously, I can't even see the stop price on it. Let's see. Property show AI. What was the stop price on you? All right, so she never got stopped on it and ends up turning around on it. So not my particular flavor of tea, but Kellogg's company. Strong chart overall. Get rid of that. Well, let's round these out. And so a nice move here on CHD. So there's some alpha on her. I'd say more good trades than bad trades. Some of them tougher to manage than other trades. But actually an okay day from her. AXNX. Really nice shot on the pullback here she got. And not too shabby here as well off that, 58.63 on the entry. We're sitting up here pretty comfortably. So again, some of these aren't my particular brand, but Not bad, actually, not bad. I was not expecting it to look as nice as it did from Holly today. Get rid of these AI trades. Particularly care for all that stuff on my chart, as most of you full well know. Oh, sorry, a bunch of stuff just came in. Chris been getting some really good alerts. Oh, interesting. All right. You know, it's funny. All I do with that Willow is I back test it once in a while, and that's all I'm really doing with it, because I have, you know, like I mentioned before, I have ambitions of possibly applying it to some automation when we move back into a bull market. So that's interesting. Good to encouraging to hear. SPY Q8 wick that kept going. Yeah, those, you know, it's funny that you mentioned that, Wolf. We had this whole theory and we tried to build a scan around it with wicks and or shadows, I should say, upper shadows. I want to stick to, because of CMT talk and testing and designation. I'll go with shadows. So we saw some interesting stuff with upper and lower shadows on candles on different time frames. And we tried to build some scanning around it and some thoughts. It didn't pan out as well as we thought, but it's interesting that you mentioned that we found there were a lot of times that when you found those wicks that they like to fill in from there. So definitely there's no doubt something to those, but not always. Why doesn't 1080p doesn't feel like 1080p on the stream? I have no idea, Tubox. I have it, you know, as far as the tools that I have at my disposal to put it out like that. I don't know if there's something else I can do on my end. So I'm just trying to look to see if there's layouts general. Nope, nothing else that I can change on my end as far as the video goes. Yeah, exactly, Wolf. Gaps love to fill. I mean, look, we filled another gap today. Look, if you look back and look at all the gaps that we've had recently, I think we filled nearly all of them, to be honest. So let's see. You know, we'll go back in time a bit here. Oh, I'm on the wrong screen. Ha ha, Chris, you're something. All right, let me bring this window over here. So we look back in time on the SPY a little bit here. We got this gap down, and we filled it. We filled that gap, all right? We got this gap up. We came back down and filled that gap. We got this gap down, all right? And we came back down and filled that. And we got this gap down, and we came back and filled that. So something to keep in mind. We're doing a lot of gap fills lately. I still believe the overall direction of the market is lower, but I think this has become a much more, at least for me anyways, over the last month and a half, has been a much more tradable, last couple of months on this downtrend for me anyways. You know, bring up the SPY here for a bigger picture with the daily chart. We've really kind of just picked a direction, you know. You can call that a broadening pattern here to really bode well for the bears. I won't be surprised if we come and test that again before coming back down this way. And I'd said before, when we started to bounce, when we started to make this bounce, I said, I don't think we get 400. I don't think there's any way we get 400. I would be surprised if we if we got above 390, if we got like 392, that would surprise me. I won't be surprised if we touch 390, 391 maybe. I will be surprised if we touch 392. Still think we got a date with that again. Maybe not. Who knows? I'll be happy to be wrong. Like I said, you know, I'd rather see us move to the upside. I gain nothing by us moving lower. I gain absolutely nothing by us moving lower. I think it's a twofold on the gap fills. I think they're kind of self-fulfilling prophecies. I think you have more and more people trading technically than ever before, and especially with the futures, and then to the cash market as well. For those that don't understand, when people say cash market, that means live trading hours versus outside regular trading hours, essentially. So futures and cash is, you know, the two things, but they shadow each other. They mirror each other more than less. And I think because you just have more and more people playing those, they become self-fulfilling. You know, taking a slight dig at efficient market hypotheses people out there. Always happy to debate that if anybody wants to. We can do that over Twitter, though. Oh, yeah, you're welcome for looking at that. I would say this, you know, what I mentioned to you in the in that email I sent you. I would start with a couple of key things that you're looking to scan for. Keep it extremely basic. Then run a back test. So like, for example, run a back test. I'd start with price and time frame. So if you run a back test, right, let's run this back test real quick. So hopefully this goes quickly. Looks like we're cruising. And this goes for anybody that's looking to optimize and back test any strategies. Start with just a couple of, you know, start with the alert that you want, and then start with 1, 2, 3 filters, and probably 2 or 3 filters. Start with, you know, maybe some kind of price range you're looking at and some kind of, you know, minimum amount of shares traded on the day, let's say, for example. Just start there, all right? Then I would send you to, you know, obviously the optimization tab, all right? Well, first I'll say this. If the summary looks like total trash, all right, start heading another direction, all right? I mean, if you're just at a complete down draw, you know, and not just the equity curve, look at this too. For example, if you come across something and you've got one massive up day and then maybe a bunch of little down days and a ton of big down day, a bunch of little up days and then a ton of big down days, go right back to going to scratch, all right? But once you have something that, you know, maybe it's, you know, testing, you know, let's say 45% winners and a profit factor of 1 or a profit factor of 0.9 or something like that, that's something you might be able to mold something out of. So worth diving down the rabbit hole a touch. I would first say go to the optimization tab, and the first things you should look at is price, and you can, you know, decide what you want to look at. This is just defaulting to $5 intervals. I don't know. Do you want to look at a, you know, 50 cent interval, you know, a 10-cent interval, a 1-cent interval, a $1 interval? You know, you make that decision like that. And then that's one place to start cutting fat out from it on this here. All right. Then I would say look at time of day and look at, you know, I don't know what you want to go 30-minute blocks. You want to go 5-minute blocks. You know, again, that's going to be up to you. And then you can start cutting some fat away in that regard as well for the strategy. Once you've gotten to there, you can head into the other filters. Or the flip side of that, if you don't want to start on time of day and price, but you want to go to other filters, I would say if you have 1 or 2 specific filters that you want to kind of build things off of and around, then head right into those other filters. So you can go other filters, find the drop-down menu, and everything that you have for filters is going to be in here, all right? So for example, if you're looking at doing something based on the last 15-minute change on the NASDAQ, jump right into it and then, you know, put your intervals in and look at how that's affecting the scan. Now, you may have something in mind you want to base the scan off of for a filter, and you may get to that filter and there's nothing for you to work with reasonably on it. You know, all the stuff that's bad trades is only 3 trades out of 200 trades, and it's really not going to affect the scanner one way or the other. So you're going to have your hand forced. If you want to use the original, what you're setting up for the alert, you're going to have your hand forced to go a different direction on filters to optimize. But those are the, you know, those are the things that I would send you towards in the different directions you can head as far as optimizing scans. It's a rabbit hole. That's all there is to it. And, it's a lot of back to drawing boards. And my other thing too is this, don't over optimize, don't curve fit. That means you see that I don't have a whole ton of stuff that's on this here. All right. I don't want to, if you all of a sudden you're going all the way out there with filters and they're, minimum and maximum, to a T and everything, you're curve fitting. You're essentially making that scan fit to the prior data. All right. So just, keep those things in mind. That's all. Do you think gap fills? We did that. I had to go way back 10 chart to find it. Agrees with you. Is July 4th discount for current users too? I'll say this. All of our discounts are supposed to be for first month or year. You could try your hand and ask. It's not my decision. I'm glad. But hit CPPORT at trade-ideas.com. So email support@trade-ideas.com and say, hey, can I get a 4th of July discount even though I'm a current user? And the people that control that will let you know what their verdict is. Okay, I think we're all caught up here mostly. If I missed something or I didn't touch on something, well, please let me know. I see Wolf mention AMD. Chip makers are under a lot of pressure. Yeah, that is a downtrend if I ever saw one. Look at that short growth in AMD. That's crazy. You don't see that very often. That is nuts. Just curious on a bigger picture here on a weekly chart. Let's draw some lines. Let's go right to the bottom of today's action. Near the bottom. Look at that. I had no idea that was going to happen. And if you can't see it right away, work on your line drawing. I drew this right to here, not even paying attention to what happened back here. Bang, 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 bang. Look at that. Tell me that this is not a major line in the sand for AMD, because this breaks this, we're headed down to 50. No question about that. That is breaking. Woof. A windy long staircase up and an empty elevator shaft down. And that could not be more evident by this. Look how long it had to grind. And then this last couple of, these last couple of weeks in there, capitulation. Look how fast it gave all that back up. Look how fast it gave that up. Gotcha on the looking for the bounce plays. So one of the things I would say with bounce plays is maybe use position and range filters so that you're looking at stuff that's off the highs, all right, but also not too close to the lows of that period as well. And then consider something, maybe instead of a narrow range, maybe look at something like a 5-minute high or 15-minute high, or a crossed resistance, one of the cross resistance alerts. I would throw you towards that direction. How do you think your strategies work when in a bear market? These Bollinger Band scans that I did here, these are the same ones. I just have one here for when I'm doing some videos and stuff like that, so I can have it next to the chart. But the same thing here. They've been overall really great in this bear market. I mean, really, really great, these races. This has been hit or miss. This has been a little more hit than miss, and this has been a little more hit than miss. This is just a fill-in window. There's nothing to this here. It's just attached to my liked symbols, and there's really nothing going on here. I would say what I did, though, aside from my scanning, is that I completely changed directions, that I'm not swing trading basically at all. I've completely pivoted since January to day trading again. I'm closing things out pretty quickly, and so far so good on all of it, to be honest. I could use a little work on my trade management on my day trading, but I always could. So, just a personal criticism of myself, and that has nothing to do with scanning. That has to just do with me needing to recognize when something's really kind of topped out and exiting the trade a little quicker than I have been recently. But again, that's just a personal note of things. But what I found is adjusting to what the market will give me, and the market's not giving me runners like it did before on multi-day holds. So I'm just not taking taking anything based on a multi-day hold. Yeah, those. I'm very good at buying the top and selling the bottom. I'm very good at it. Unfortunately, it still happens to me where I'm just like, man, how 5 years later am I still occasionally doing this? Like, I get stopped, and I'm like, that's why I like sometimes I gotta revisit how I'm setting up my stops, because I'm like, it's just not a good feeling. Not a good feeling to get stopped, and all of a sudden it reverses right after my stop. And here's the kicker for my stops, for the conspiracy theorists out there, which I get. There are definitely market makers that see a 4D chessboard and come down and hit stops because they see a grouping of stops. I generally never put a stop in. I just have a stop area. That's my stop area. And if it hits that level, I just flatten the trade. So I just got to kind of wonder, maybe I just have too much of a pack mentality with some of that stuff, and I should, place my stop 5 cents lower than what I think I should. But that also equates to me a lot of times, am I moving my goalpost back, which I'm adamant about. You never move your goalpost back. Your stop is your stop. That's it. Do not argue with yourself. You do not argue with the stop. If your stops aren't working, maybe revisit how or why you're placing your stops where you are. That's what I think I need to do. Not just arbitrarily say, I'll just move all my stops back 5 cents. But mostly it works out. But once in a while, I'll say I still have probably twice a week I get stopped out of something, and it reverses right after getting stopped out. I'm like, Nope, I haven't had to short at all there, Jamie. Not at all. I'm lying. I've had a few short trades, but more because I just like the setup on the short, and I just wanted to try my hand at shorting to make sure I can. They were okay. Let's say over the last 2 months, I've shorted 4 or 5 times, and I'm pretty much split on winners and losers. As far as that goes. So just really, it wasn't like, oh, the market's down, I'm going to short. It was more like, I feel like this is topping, and I feel like it's extended. I'm going to take a shot at shorting. And then 2 specific times I remember it was not the top, and I got stopped pretty quickly on it. Because if I go to short, I'm going to be real tight on my stops on shorts, especially. You just never know. In these bear markets, you have the craziest bull rallies. And then, the bear market itself is the constant grinding down overall. So that's kind of where that goes. In the 2008 market meltdown SPY after hours would have massive spikes. Yeah, I no doubt think there's something to what you're saying, without any question. It's funny though, I don't really look at pre and post market at all anymore, but maybe I should take a peek before market opens for some of those shadows, upper and lower shadows, just to kind of see direction. I don't think it can hurt me, that's for sure. That's interesting. This IC here, I saw it a few times today. Let's get back to a daily chart. So wicked downtrend, but relief rally. I don't know. What I'm looking at on this too is, once we look at, once we start making steps down, that tells me that. Lower shadows. So a lot of people call them topping tails or bottoming tails, or topping wicks or bottoming wicks. The technical term is shadows, actually. Upper shadows and lower shadows. That's the actual technical term. And I have to know that for the CMT tests. So I just want to make sure I speak in CMT terms to drill it into my head properly. What else? Was anything else interesting? MVRL, not to be confused with Marvell. 1.5x leveraged mortgage REIT. That's a first. I've never seen a 1.5x leveraged anything. 2, 3. I think I've even seen a 4. Interesting. Here we go. BLU. This thing continues to hold strong here. This thing can whip all over the place, though, too. I mean, 927 and change. Moved up about 50 cents right there. So a lot of volume coming into it at the end of the day here, too. Level 2, I have never looked at level 2 in my entire life, other than when I was using Thinkorswim. It just happened to be on my Thinkorswim platform, but I never paid any mind to it. It made zero. It made zero sense to me, or not sense to me. It didn't call me at all. I know there are a lot of people that love level 2, and so I have nothing good or bad to say against it, other than if it's something you look at and it works, by all means, keep doing it for sure, without any question. BLU, MRVL. Do I like MRVL? No, I don't like this at all. Wait, MRVL, sorry, MRVL, not MVRL, what I was looking at for. Do I like Marvell? Not currently, no. Chip maker, right? Yeah. Nope. Nothing to like about that chart. I mean, again, if you're trying to look for a bottom fishing, I guess, and you have a reason that you think it's bottoming, then maybe, I'm going to draw this line here. Let's see what that equates to. And again, no happy accident. I drew that line to the low of today. And where do we come across? Right here. Let's look at that on a weekly chart. Look how major this level is. Just, I don't know, happy accident that we're coming across major levels right now. But that is, again, look at the run that it made up into it. Bang, 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 banging around that. And then took off from it. And then bang. And then dog took off. And then bang. And then it really took off. I'll say this. If chip makers can turn around, that's a good level to be above and possibly be an owner of the stock if chip makers can turn around. But I mean, SOX looks terrible. SOXX, sorry. Not SOX. There we go. That looks pretty terrible to me. And SMH looks no better. I'd say, yeah, looks no better. They look the same. And so they're right at a big point too. They give this up. Pre-pandemic highs. That's where we're headed. I think that's where everything's headed. Personally, all the big players are headed to pre-pandemic highs in general. I could see where Oh, Thinkorswim isn't a good level 2 book. Interesting. I didn't know that. Thanks, James. I just, like I said, it just happened to be on part of my layout for Thinkorswim, so I never took it away. All I really like to look at is time and sales, price and volume. That's it. But I think, pain for the chip makers is still ahead. I think that's a very likely scenario here. Then maybe we can start a bottoming process. But for now, that doesn't feel like a bottom to me. And as I always say, I could be absolutely wrong. We could wake up tomorrow, gap over 200, take out 205 tomorrow on the SMH. Absolutely could happen. And you better believe that if I think or believe in a trend change happening, I will be so all over it. Just like I have been with the K-Web. Because I still feel a change in the winds here. I don't think that this thing is going skyrocketing. I won't mind if it does. But I do feel there's a trend change that happened here in the K-Web. I think we bottomed. It let us down. The K-Web let us down. Biotechs let us down. I believe that they're the ones that are going to be in the bottoming process first, and they'll be the ones that lead us back up. Again, just my 2 cents. Now, AUPH, is that going to make me regret selling? Or is that just an after hours print? No, this thing closed real strong. So yeah, we'll throw that on my liked, and we'll see what happens here for tomorrow. We've got this level looming above. If it gets through this here, your next stops are here and here-ish. So, and obviously deal with whole numbers along the way. But not a bad look. Again, that's a big reason why I do not want to hold it overnight. Big reason. We'll see. As the saying goes, hard telling, not knowing. Trying to think of there's a stock this morning. It was like $4 and change. Had a good move in it early in the day. I want to see how that finished. I must have deleted the price alert. So, here's another pharmaceutical bio. It's, is it in the bottoming process? I don't, DRX. Nope. YMM. Wow, big move from this today. Again, China. I have to watch that closely. I'm just trying to look at some other stuff here. See if there's anything that might look good carrying in for tomorrow. More pharmaceutical preparation. Not crazy about that though, right there. That's not a very liquid stock. But price action is price action. If the thing doesn't have a massive spread on it, we can see what this thing can do. Certainly can boogie. It's got huge range. So again, a great possibly a great day trading vehicle. Do I know why oil is down so much today? No, I don't. I didn't see anything specific. I maintain what I said before. The government started talking about it. It's over. The energy traders are done. So far, I called that a couple of weeks ago, right? Like 3 weeks ago, probably. And look at what the price action's done since then. Like I said, as soon as you have governments getting involved in all this, I think the UK said something about, OPEC can't seem to produce enough oil for everybody. I still don't understand, why is it OPEC that has to produce it? But, and especially, England, they shut down some of their biggest operations a year ago. Now they're begging them to get back online. Only they can guarantee them no time frame that they'll allow them to operate for. So again, you want stuff to get screwed, make sure the government gets involved. That's all that's all I can say. You want the worst possible outcome for anything ever, make sure there's a government involved. So they messed me up. I really thought the XOP was going to let's get on a weekly chart here. I really thought the XOP was gonna, well, it almost did what I wanted. Look, I said my target for the XOP was up here. We almost actually made it there. Probably just a couple of dollars off, to be honest. I said that's where I think the XOP heads. I said I don't know that it's got legs after that. Government started running their mouth right about there. There's capitulation in the top. That's very textbook, all this, technically speaking. And there we go. Now, what led what? Was the government speaking here? What led to final capitulation and caused that? Who was leading? Was the horse leading the cart, or was the cart leading the horse on this one? Either way, that bet played out well for me. That means get off the grid as fast as you can. $2. No, I'm just kidding. Look, I'm not saying the government's like bad and evil or anything like that. It's just that the best innovation, the best creations ever have never really come from government. They've come from the private sector. Now, there are times where the government comes and grabs the private sector for things that they specifically need, right? But, here's a great example. Boeing, private company, okay? Trading around, I don't know. Don't hold me to my feet to the fire on this. But I don't know, Boeing was trading like around $25 or $35 before 9/11 happens, okay? 9/11 happens, Boeing all of a sudden becomes part of Aero Defense and whatever else, bunch of government contracts, and their stock goes off to the races, right? Whatever it was at its peak, $400, $450, $350. I don't know what it was at its peak before, COVID crash comes and takes everybody out. So you have a private company that does okay, right? Government comes in, gives them a bunch of money, takes the hands-off regulation on them and all that stuff like that, and basically has Boeing have free reign. There's never a government-controlled company or government-controlled entity, which is a private company that the government said, hey, here's a whole bunch of money, keep doing what you're doing in the private sector and throw Aero Defense our way. Bang, okay? Let's take the flip side of that coin, okay? Energy. All of a sudden, recently, government decides, oh, well, we're going to put price caps on things and we're going to control how much money you can make. And we're going to say, well, there's no place for capitalism in that whatsoever. All right. That there's no place for capitalism. Capitalism has to do with investing and innovation. Well, if you're going to put a cap on how much money I can make, I'm not going to invest anything. So I'll take my ball and go home. And that's the end of it. So, it is what it is. And it's not as, now I'm making it sound, I think, very black and white. It's not black and white. You got one group of people who believes that, fossil fuels and all that got to be shut down because they're going to kill the planet. Another group that believes that that's absolutely farce and not true and pump as much fossil fuels as we want. It's not going to hurt anything. As no comment on my position on any of that stuff like that. I have no comments to make on any of that. I'm just here to make money. And while oil stocks are going up and, there's deregulation of those things and all that are going on, great. And when there's not, got the flip side of that coin. And that's all there is to it. So that kind of is what it is as far as that all goes. We ever get some government that decides to start deregulating on the energy side again, good or bad, I'm not going to comment on that. I might have to take a shot at making money on it. So anyways, that's kind of, all that stuff in a nutshell. It's a big level for the XOP here, and the XLE I'll bet looks no different. Go back and oops, that's a terrible line. Let's do this instead. Use the tools. So again, a big line where it's come down to. Below here, we're getting jiggy with 100. Above here, maybe we consolidate and start to move up. I don't know. Is it a happy accident that we came down, kind of towed this line and pulled back up? I don't know. I mean, the market was up overall, but the market was climbing from probably around here where this was still kind of faltering. So it just is what it is. So just in case Big Brother's listening out there, I'm not saying I'm anti-government. All I'm saying is that less government is better. Less government in general is better. I think the government just needs to, governments in general, not just our government or, the British government or the Indian government or the Japanese government. I think proper regulation to reflect what's going on in the world is, is the way things should be handled, Yeah, I mean, could be. Those, they're hot button stocks. So, it's tough with some of those. Bath and Body Works, that's interesting. Let's take a look here. So big downtrend, but well, all right, here's my issue with this. This thing IPO'd here. So every low is a new low, which means technically support's at $0. And as I always say, we could wake up and it could be $40 tomorrow for all I know. But I mean, I guess you could call back here well-defined bottom, and below there, you've got further to run down. It could be a bounce play. Certainly could be. I just, like I said, I don't like downtrends, but, this presents the opportunity to keep track of it. If it bases for a few days and maybe makes, a couple of new highs, couple of new higher highs, new lower lows, you can get your trend change, right? Totally possible. So that's that in a nutshell. All right, so I guess we're at about time for me to wrap things up today, I guess, here. So, all right, everybody, I will end on all that note. Like I said, like I've been saying, it's bear market. You get some good bull rallies in bear markets. Some interesting stuff we definitely touched on with gaps and those topping and bottoming shadows and wanting to fill on whether it's just the major ETFs or a stock in particular. These might be some tools to put in your arsenal, take a look at. There's some arrows in the quiver, all those kinds of things like that. Yes, 2 box. Yeah, I always like having people here, so definitely appreciate that. So just be careful out there, folks. Like I said, it's not a swing trade environment in general. I'm not saying there isn't swing trades that can be winners. I'm just saying, know your defined risk levels, have your plan. Have a plan before every trade you get in and execute that plan, no matter what it is. And you manage your risk and you'll be a lot safer that way. So that's the big takeaway, I think, always for any of us. So, all right, folks, thanks a lot for watching. Thanks a lot for tuning in. Thanks a lot for chatting. I'll be back here tomorrow at 3:30. Tomorrow's Wednesday, so you get Jamie tomorrow on Wednesday at noon. And we'll see how the rest of this week plays out as we continue to roll into the dog days of summer, as they say. All right. So thanks a lot. Take care, everybody, and we'll see you tomorrow. Bye-bye.